Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another session of Play Dicely. We're on episode number 18, and I'm joined, as usual, by my lovely companions and friends.
Hello.
How's everybody doing?
Hi.
Hello there.
Good.
Doing well.
Doing well.
Oh,
Excellent.
You're asking. Or
No,
them.
the other six players.
In general.
The other six.
I understand.
Well, hopefully you're all doing well, and to everybody out there in the chat as well. Happy to have you here. Yeah, so I mean, as per usual, we're just going to hop into some announcements and then get on with the show. So this is going to be our last Play Dicely stream of the year. Normally we do this every other week, so this would technically take us to July 1st, but we're actually going to be taking a bit of a holiday break here, so we're not going to be having a stream 2 weeks from now. We're probably going to be coming back sometime mid-January, so be sure to follow us on the social media sites to figure out when we establish that date will be. So I'm just going to throw that up in the chat for... Usually I'll post like Twitter or Facebook, so go follow those for sure to keep up with those changes. And also, the last couple of weeks we've been moving this stream to Sundays instead of the Saturday. So in order to accommodate the cast schedule a bit better, we're going to be making that a more permanent change. So moving forward, we're going to be doing Sundays at 6 p.m. bi-weekly Eastern Standard Time. And then the VOD, I'm also going to push a day later, so that's going to come out the following Wednesday. That being said, this will also affect the after parties, which will also be pushed to the Sunday instead of the Saturday. Surprise, Christy!
Well, I didn't need to know, so it's fine.
Sunday parties! Yeah, so that's all the announcements I've got. What else we got going on? I hear there's a few things to show on.
I was saying, this is a joke when I mentioned it in our group chat, but I do have very pretty dice that I will show you all because they're very pretty. Look at these. They're from Everything Dice. They're Van Gogh hand painted dice, aren't they gorgeous? Early Christmas
those are from
gifts.
Everything Dice?
Yeah, they're from Everything Dice.
Oh,
so
I want
pretty.
some of their dice at some point.
They're amazing. They come in really cool boxes that I have dice all over right now.
I stalk them on Twitter like every day.
Their boxes are so cool too. Yeah,
That's amazing.
would recommend. They're very cool. Very pretty.
Love it.
Now that you're in announcer mode, I think we might need you to turn down your volume a little bit.
Sorry, I got too excited about dice. Yeah, I can turn it down a bit.
Got into your commercial voiceover mode.
Welcome to Everything Dice.
Do you need dice? Is that everything you need? Go to everythingdice.com, not a
No,
sponsorship.
they're not sponsoring us, don't say that, but they are very pretty dice.
But hey,
Oh my God,
if
one
Dice,
day-
if you want to sponsor us, that'd be
Yeah,
amazing.
I'm very interested.
And you can have Dallas do your voiceover. Speaking of things that Dallas is really good at, look at what she made me.
Oh,
She made potions. As if she's not talented enough already, she can also make dice.
Mm.
She made 4 of these, and they're
Oh.
incredible.
they're so
You
You
cute.
should
should
just-
buy potions now.
Yeah.
In game.
Yeah. Anthony's my favorite, that's why I made them for him.
Yeah.
That was a really unfortunate way to find that out. So
I thought it was
Sorry.
going to be because he was the one next to the dying person, so it's like he better have them to heal them.
Yeah, take these. Actually, Element
Please.
does have a healing potion, but I count on you to be able to do your own magic.
how long have you had that potion?
Probably since episode 1. I don't know. I truly don't know when I got it, but it's been sitting in my inventory for a long time.
Right, because that would have been the one given to you by the Arganfolk lady.
Uh-huh.
Though there might have been some confusion because
He
I think
remembers.
it's traded hands between Gideon and Elwyn at some point, and I
Yeah.
don't know who officially had it in the end, but
Well, it's
Sure.
in my inventory.
well, I
You're
can't
saying
argue
you had
against
a
that.
potion, and you could have made it back to Azaria.
No, I couldn't have. Because I was trying to get Christy up,
Right.
and I was on the other
Don't
side
put
of the
this
room.
on me. Don't put this. I don't want.
The
I don't
moral
want
of the
this.
story is
cleric.
y'all let me die.
And on that note, thank you so much, Tabletop Audio, for the music you'll be hearing tonight. There should be some great tunes while we let Logan die again. And
Casual, you know.
No!
The way it's gotta be.
Tune in later to see if that aged well.
Yeah, the end of the session, we're all like, oh, fuck. Ryan predict better
get
things in
outta
the future.
I predicted Fireball on self. I'll do it again.
Oh, all right. Well, with that being said, how's about we get into tonight's session of Play Dicely?
Yeah.
Good.
Okay,
Please. I'm ready.
so let's just shift this mood over here. Previously on Play Dicely, the Seekers had just resurrected Azaria, and Captain Jennett then placed Abe under house arrest for the break-in at the Arkanette Institute and the theft of a safe containing a diamond in order to bring back Azaria. He would remain under house arrest until the Arkanette decided how they wanted to press charges. So, with that being figured out, half of the party, including Nell's brother Finn, took Azaria back to the inn to rest, only to find that Azaria's room had been ransacked. The party determined that nothing was stolen or planted, and the rest of the rooms were secure. And then Nell's wild magic detonated a fireball inside the inn, finalizing the party's plans to change their sleeping arrangements. After a chaotic night, Nell reconnected with her brother, telling him everything about what had happened at home, and prompting him to decide to make the journey back home to see how he could help. The party became more unified in the form of bracelets made by Drac, and the party minus Abe made their way to the library finally to begin their research. Much was learned and shared during the first 2 days of research, and Valambridge seemed to be recovering from the recent series of crime sprees. Abe, meanwhile, was paid a visit by Maramus, the Chandier of the Arkanette Institute in Valambridge. After a short and curious conversation, Maramus told Abe he would drop the charges if he agreed to meet him in his office. The next day, Abe agreed to the terms. Where we rejoin our story is with an exciting rumor Drac had just overheard shortly after waking up. Cleansing Breath mercenaries would be coming from the east for Heroes Fest with a dragon they'd hunted. According to the information he had gathered so far, his brother, whom he had been looking for, should be among them. So, you're all beginning to wake up. You were staying at the Tired Crows Inn, and Drac, you just heard a couple of people at the breakfast table talking about this news.
I run right over to them and excitedly say, "Oh, I'm so sorry to bother you, but I just overheard there are cleansing breath coming with a dragon."
Yeah, that's what I'd heard anyway. Yeah.
Who did you hear this from? How many are coming back? Is there a large dragonborn that kind of looks like me with them?
You must be very excited about dragons. I mean, I'm sorry, pal. I've got no idea about the details. That's just what I've heard.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for, I guess, speaking louder than normal so that I could hear you talk about it.
The guy turns to what must be his wife, and he's just like, I was whispering that, right?
I have very good ears. Anyways, thank you. Have a lovely day. And
Well,
I'll
thanks.
go to another table and just start, I guess, order some breakfast or something.
So to kind of re-describe this room, this is more of a cozy bed and breakfast style place. Like it's kind of like your grandmother's place if she made it into an inn. It's only got the one long table,
Cool.
so you'd probably
I
just
will
be heading
go
down to.
as far away from him as I can because I feel really awkward.
So yeah, the Drac is now at the table. Who's waking up?
I think I definitely get up pretty early.
Yeah, I feel like I'm just always down there first, I'm assuming.
Since coming back to life, every morning I wake up before Alwyn does. Like I purposefully try to make her a cup of tea.
Logan! Elwyn cries every morning. Jesus.
Gideon's up early today. He's done a lot of sleeping.
Anyone who
Yeah.
comes down to like the breakfast nook sees Drac with just like a huge smile on his face, just eating his breakfast.
Drac, you seem in quite a pleasant mood.
Oh, Azaria, how are you this morning?
Better. You know, each
That's
day
good.
progressively gets like a little less groggy.
Well, that helps my mood even further. Azaria, I just heard that the Cleansing Breath mercenaries, the ones who are going after the dragon that my brother was with, are coming here.
Oh. What, like, do you think your brother will be part of that group coming here?
I hope so. I think so. I don't know. I just overheard it from, and I'll just point directly at the people who I heard it from. We're like,
They're
I'm
like-
assuming like 5 feet or 10 feet
Yeah,
away.
they like see you point at them. They just like kind of wave again and then get back to their conversation.
Right, I overheard them talking about it.
How big of a mercenary group are the Cleansing Breath?
So, make a history check for me.
Oh yeah.
27.
Good gosh. I also realize I don't have my roll 20 friggin'
It was,
Is that with your
pop out.
-3 or 2 or whatever you have?
this is
he's only down to a
minus one.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
that's
nice.
a 26.
Oh, well, you don't know anything then.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you had just gotten there.
Yeah,
AC
basically.
30 actually.
Right.
So what
Also-
you know of the Cleansing Breath mercenaries is like they're quite the significant faction, especially after the Desolation. Primarily, they were started by reformed Dragonborn from the Dracon conglomerate's army to begin a crusade against dragons to kind of prove in a kind of too intense than it should have been way that they're no longer in the servitude of dragons. And so they've kind of been this dragon hunting force that and after the Desolation, most people have supported them. And especially with a bit of the distrust towards Dragonborn, basically Dragonborn that were part of that faction kind of won their society's favor back.
I don't mention anything about them being a very large group, just because I don't want to like dampen Drax's like hope that his brother will be part of the exact party that comes back to town.
We do know that he was hunting a dragon, so
Oh, true. So yeah,
yes, I'm very excited. I really hope he's with them.
I'm excited to see a dragon.
Well, I can't wait
Others-
for him to meet all of you.
Others of your party begin meeting at the table, and by the sounds of it, Nell might have already been there.
Yep. I was writing. Just assume I was like writing out like notes from the previous history. But I'll look up and be like, oh my God, sorry. Sometimes I get in the zone when I'm writing out my like notes and I just kind of stop listening. But oh my God, your brother is coming. My brother is leaving today, which actually sucks, but that's okay. There can only ever be one brother.
Apparently. But oh, he's so wonderful. I can't wait for you to meet him.
I'm looking forward to it. This is crazy. Like it worked out well. If I'm hoping he'll be there because we
Yes.
just missed him before, so it's good.
Okay, the balance has brought him back to us, so I'm very happy.
So does your brother also like punch things, or does he heal things like you do? Like, what's his
Oh.
dealio?
Well, he's much more of a large fighter, similar to Nell and her paladin training, actually.
Yep. Definitely.
Very tall and burly man, but a little bit intense sometimes, but a fierce friend, to be sure.
Well, I'll happily spar with him because we sound equally tough and strong. So
Oh, is that why you haven't sparred with me? You're afraid you'll hurt me?
yes, that is the reason why.
Good morning, Seekers.
You're
Ian
the,
comes over to the table.
Good
Morning. Element.
Hi, whatever. I'm here too.
Oh my god, sorry.
Making my way in.
I have my blinders on.
You're very intense with that writing, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I get like that sometimes when I eat.
I have noticed that. It's dangerous to get a hand within like a foot, just in case. So,
How did you sleep, my friends?
Well,
Good.
considering I was unconscious a few times yesterday, like a rock. I haven't slept that well in a very long time.
That is good. That is the best way to sleep.
I'm sorry, 2 days ago I was unconscious. Did a lot of reading yesterday. A lot has happened.
You know,
Sorry.
being on death's door multiple times, your perception of time just gets really wonky.
yeah, I can imagine.
We'll figure it out.
Indeed.
Another day of reading ahead of us, I assume.
Yes. Speaking of which, I actually wanted to bring something up to all of you. When we go to the library today, the research that I'm going to be doing is something. I'm going to kind of like bring my voice down, but something that Wilela has asked of me, and I just wanted to let you know that I'm just a little concerned about painting a target on my back or any of our backs if the clerics and paladins there learn about this deal that I have with Wilela. I'm not sure how they'll take it. So if we could keep that on the down low while we're there, that would be ideal. But I'll share what I learned with you.
Certainly.
Is it the nature of the research that is the cause of concern, or Ilela herself?
Well, clerics and paladins work very hard to gain favor with the gods, and,
You confirm.
I didn't work as hard as they did. So I'm just concerned that they might not love the deal that Wilela and I have if they heard of it.
Might get jealous.
Yes.
It never even occurred to me. I guess some factions do it differently, but I mean,
I'm not sure, but I just would rather be safe than sorry.
for sure.
Fair enough.
Well, when my village is normal, you're happy to come and talk about her as much as you want. It'll be fine, I assume. So
For what it's worth, I am not jealous of your powers.
Okay.
I do like the part when you plan on doing something and it happens the way you planned it. That seems like it would be nice.
I'm a
Yeah.
big fan of the mental connection thing. That's pretty nifty.
The idea of being able to use magic, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. It's very exciting.
Hey, Azaria. One day.
One day.
One day you too can cause an explosion and
Well, maybe aim low first.
Look, if an idiot like me can use magic, I'm sure you'll figure it out.
That's actually not as reassuring as you think it sounds.
Well, in that case, I'll just enjoy my breakfast. I'm sorry.
Abe, what are you up to?
I am getting all my stuff together and walking into the room.
Oh, hey.
Abe, are you joining
Morning.
us at the library today?
I will have my meeting first, and depending on how that goes, probably.
You're okay to do this meeting on your own? Did you want anyone else to come with you?
He did not mention wishing anyone else present, so I assumed it was for me alone.
All right.
but he seemed fine, right? You didn't get any read off of him that he seemed like threatening at all?
Not threatening. Obviously knowledgeable and powerful given his position, but I did not read hostility.
All right.
Worst comes to worst, I'll jump through the window again.
That went real well last time. You're here still,
Yeah.
so
I think maybe just as a group we could aim for kind of less property damage on a whole. Probably be better for our wallets going forward. But
yeah.
whatever you feel called to do, I suppose, in the moment. But
That's more or less what I figured would be the response, yes.
it does, it's a really compelling end to a conversation just to hop out a window. So It's a good tactic.
He gestures to the nearest window. You could always try it.
Next time, for sure. I already do enough fucked up things with doors. I don't really know if I want to like add in windows. So that one can be for you, if you like.
Everyone has to have their thing.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to step on your toes, you know?
I
So-
appreciate that, Nell. Thank you.
Yeah, make sure that you don't go around blowing up any doors, though, because then I'm going to get jealous, you know?
Well, what about
Yeah, and if you
kicking
do
doors
decide to
in?
blow up any doors, I just don't want to be nearby again, okay?
Yeah, I'll try my best. As for kicking, that I'm fine with, because why shouldn't they be punished for what they keep doing to me, you know?
I agree. In fact, I might join you in the kicking of doors.
Do you wonder if the doors, though, feel the same way about you? You keep causing things around them, and there's like a door union that's like, we need to kick Nell in.
This is a fascinating philosophical discussion that perhaps can wait for another time.
Right.
No, absolutely not. I actually think about that every night. Yeah. So,
So,
Sorry,
go
did
read.
Shandier Maramus give me a time at all? Or was it at my leisure?
it was at your leisure.
6 o'clock in the morning it is.
wake up.
The charges are applied again.
I'll wait till the group decides to leave.
I do want
After
to say
breakfast.
goodbye to Finn, though, because if he's leaving today.
Yeah, and as you guys are kind of sitting at the table and talking about your day's plans, he comes out of the room that he and Nell were sharing, and he's got all of his backpack on, and he's already packed and good to go. Well, it was nice meeting all of you, and I think I've got a few days ahead of me, so an early start for me.
Good to see you again.
Likewise, I'm glad you're still standing.
Me
Thanks
too.
for the help.
Well, thank you guys for saving me too. That was very cool of you.
Really?
Oh yes, no, I would straight up have been dead.
Oh, well. You're welcome.
We'll be
And-
in touch.
Yeah, he gestures to Elowen. Yeah, yeah, if you like want to, I guess, message me once a week and I'll chime in.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll ping you later today. Make sure you're doing all right.
Great, thank you. What was your name again?
Elowen.
Okay. Just so I don't get, sudden
Right.
voice
No,
and go,
that's fair.
because I believe I've only got a few words I can say. I don't want some of those to be, what's your name again, then? So, sorry, this is terribly awkward.
25 words, I believe, but we can keep doing it. So if you have more to say, just let me know and I'll write back. We can keep it going.
Great. And he turns to Nell. All right, well, you got to stand up.
Oh, I was just going to walk you out fully.
Oh, well, sure. Yeah, that works too. Okay. Well, just terribly awkward morning. Good day to you all. And
Nice
I
to
guess
meet
Nell
you.
and I are going to go for a walk.
Gideon reaches up to grab his hat, but it's not there, and he just looks sad.
Oh, God. Terrible. Make a note that if we pass any stalls, I'm keeping an eye out for hats. When will it end? Destroying clothes. Anyways, yeah, I will. If I find anything, I will let you know. I worry it's not going to be easy. So.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm going back, right? Because, I mean, how long have you been gone? Like a month?
It's been 2 months, Denny? I think it's been 2.
In game? Yeah, it's been 2 for you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2 months now.
Yeah, well, I mean, hurry yourself up as best you can, but yeah, well, I'll let you know how everybody's doing. I mean,
you.
thankfully, Varmhall's always been very much a community place, so I'm sure everybody's pitching in.
Do you think they're all really mad at me? I just ran away. It was in the middle of the night and I didn't say anything.
Now, as somebody who is a little shit, my advice is don't worry about it. Because you're not going to like the answer.
Oh, that's super reassuring. Thank you.
So, like I said, don't worry about it. I don't know how they feel, so.
All right. Well, then I guess for my sake, don't ask them. Or if you do, don't tell me either. Or lie. All things that Amma wants us to do, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that seems about right. I'll do that.
Speaking of, I realized I forgot to ask something that's actually a little bit important before. What did Mary Hall do in the room with the Argon Voludium? What choice did you guys make?
We didn't pour it on anybody. We absolutely... We basically gave up. I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but we didn't really place once we left that room.
Yeah. Okay. I assumed it had to be something like that. I don't know. Things have been so fucked up recently. I guess had to double check.
Well, what did you do?
Oh, we killed them both. Not even with the Voludium. We just, with our hands and our weapons.
I get it. So when you don't have an assassin in front of you, you're a bad liar.
Yeah, I guess that's the pressure I've needed these past 20 years. Just assassins. We poured it on the skeleton. Oh my god, I can't see that word. Hate my life. We poured it on the skeleton. I don't really understand what the meaning behind that was, but apparently that was right. So we got in a very big fight about it. Me and Rhea, and then they died, so we haven't really talked about it since. But
well, maybe the puzzle didn't really make sense, but maybe they also just didn't want that stuff leaving, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty scary. It's on we have a really long list of things that we're trying to figure out, and I think understanding what Karjak was doing with that is part of it. So, but that's for me to think about. Yeah, the old guy.
Yeah, he sucked.
Yeah. I don't think my group's done with him either, so I'll let you know if that assassin ends up killing me.
Good luck with that. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, Elwyn said she'll keep in touch with me, so hopefully keep me posted and I'll keep you posted.
Sounds good. Okay, get out of here. God.
Yeah.
Stop dragging your feet, idiot.
Well, that's just rude. I gotta go rent a horse. See you in probably 5 years.
Oh, please don't say that. I hope it's sooner.
All right, bye now. And he gives you a big hug.
And then, as he leaves, I'll kind of wipe a tear and make my way back to the group.
As he's walking away,
for a hat.
As he's walking away, he just yells without looking back, "Stop crying!"
Fuck you!
And he begins his journey back to Varmhall Village. So, I mean, making your way through the marketplace, there's going to be places you can get hats. You can get them custom made, similar to what Gideon had before, or, just surprise him with something that's completely off brand.
Oh, perfect. No, I wouldn't do that. Actually, come back to me. Let everyone else do your own thing. I'm going to Google up hats for a bit.
Bright
Fan-
pink cowboy hat. Bright
Fantastic.
pink cowboy hat.
I'll let you know what I find, but just assume that I've custom made one, and you can let me know when I would be able to pick it up.
All right. So what has the rest of the group planned, or is there any other conversations you guys wanted to have before you go to the library?
I think after breakfast, I just head to the library.
Yeah, we can meet Nell at the library later.
Yeah, Gideon will go to the library.
So, with the city, just it seems each day after that crazy night you guys had, that Valambridge is just beginning to feel so much more lively. Like, people are back in the city. Like, the gates have clearly been opened up to the outside again, and like, you thought it might have been busy before. It's starting to feel a bit more packed now in anticipation of Heroes Fest coming up. And the lamp posts that line like the sidewalks are beginning to be like decorated with hanging pots and like plants, and lights are being strung across the street. And the place is beginning to be less of a market street, that main the Busker Valley that heads through the main bit of the city, and it's turning into like, it's starting to look like it's going to be a festival here. Like, it's very exciting. That buzz of anticipation hangs in the air. And you all make your way back up to the Scribe Hill District and make your way to the Arkanette Institute once more. And so, as you make your way inside, Yulumpha's there to greet you as usual. There are students here now, just like walking through the halls, some of them carrying instruments. This is a bardic college after all. And she's just greeting students as they walk by, and as she sees you guys enter. Oh, good day, dearies. Back for more of the library, eh?
Yes.
Yes, once again.
Hmm.
Well, you know where to go. If you need any help, ask Papa or any of the other candle bearers. Some of our help has begun to arrive again, so...
Good. I actually will need somebody's help today. Where can I find Papar?
Well, he'll likely be within the library itself, so if you just go in there, you'll probably come across him.
Wonderful. I can't
He's
see him. I'll
the,
just shout his name.
He's the one that looks like a little paper dragon.
I remember Papar.
Sorry, a little bit of a joke.
What kind of help do you have here?
Well, I mean, in terms of like what the candle bearers will do, they'll, if you need specific types of books, they'll try and go into the archives and kind of track things down for you. And they're working towards didact status, so they're kind of teacher's assistants in a way.
Right, okay, of course.
Well, yeah, if you need any materials gathered or anything like that, just let little Candlebearer know, and they'll help you out.
Thank you, Yulumpha.
Of course.
I have an appointment with Chandier Meramis. Am I allowed to just go up to his office?
Perhaps I can walk you up there. It'll be fine.
I know the way.
Well, I mean, I suppose that is good. No, let me. And she hops off that stool behind the counter and pitter-patters around the front. My desk will be fine on its own for a little while there.
Certainly.
And the rest of you make your way over to the library, while Abe and Yulumpha head on down a different hallway, up a set of spiral stairs to the second level of the building. And as your footsteps kind of ring and echo, and the faint sound of conversations and students, and the occasional instrument string being strung or plucked, you're brought to this nicely carved wooden door with a little bit more carving in it. And Yulumfa walks up to the door and knocks, and then kind of leans towards one of the holes in the door. Shandier, I've got a guest for you. And you can hear through the door, "Ah, yes, let him in." And Yulumfa opens the door for you and gestures you inside.
Thank you, Yulumfa. I will walk in, bow my head a little bit. Shandier Meramis.
So, beyond the axe-damaged door, the room is warmly lit by the light coming in through the window. You'd only experienced this room at night previously. And with it now being visible, you could see that the room is furnished with exquisite wooden craftsman furniture, but it's, for the most part, toddler-sized. Save for a couple of armchairs that sit opposite a short, grand desk sat in front of a large, shattered window. The room feels antique, and it's cluttered with knickknacks and collectibles, and a few potted plants and flowers that bring a bit of life to this room, filled with age. The walls are almost completely hidden behind portraits and paintings and hanging memorabilia. And off to the left of where you enter, there is a series of small steps that lead up to some bookshelves. Looks like he's got himself quite the collection. And the main desk and those larger chairs I'd mentioned earlier are just straight ahead of you as you walk in. And in the chair sits this dark-skinned halfling. Good morning, Abe. Happy you could join me.
I am sorry again for the door and the window.
And he kind of looks past you and looks up to the window behind him. Oh, it's fine. It was always a bit drafty in here anyway, so looking for the bright side of things, as it were.
What did you wish to speak with me about?
Oh, I mean, well, please, come in and have a seat.
I will sit down.
And you take a seat, and it's... your knees themselves are like just on par with the top of his desk. So, and he himself is just like a little bit taller than the desk. Well, Abe, now, firstly, this will be an odd request, but could I take a look at your soul shard? If you're not comfortable with it.
May I know why?
I feel like I know you. And I'm just looking for a confirmation.
All right. I will have to remove my shirt. Is that...
If you're comfortable with that, otherwise...
I stand up and take off my backpack and take off the poncho and take off the shirt.
And showing the soul the soul shard and the etchings of the symbol around it on your chest. There is a look of knowing in his eye. You may put your garments back on.
I will do so.
I appreciate you being cooperative, Abe. So you told me that your journey had brought you from oh dear, what was it?
From
Starcross.
Starcross, yes.
And you had regained consciousness on the way?
Yes. On the merchant Gideon Gray was, I'm not really sure why, but in possession of me. And I awoke and awake. I was made awake.
Words are difficult, guys.
On the way to Starcross.
Right. Well, in that regard, I do owe some explanation then. So, as I just told you, I have seen you before. But when I saw you, you were a cadaver.
When I was inert.
Yes. We'd assumed you were dead.
Why? What has been done with other deceased Argon folk?
We've studied the soul shards of other Argon folk who had passed, with permissions, of course, from anybody who claimed them as family, as many Argon folk did. They were reincarnated souls, and so there was kindred spirits out there who were part of their ancestry, their families, and so some of them did find families to rejoin. And it has been a very small selection beyond those who didn't make it through the Battle of Brill Bar. But yes, some of those whom we did have permission to, we studied the soul shards. Nobody claimed you, so you were one of the ones we studied.
But you left the soul shard within my body.
Yes, it was never our intention to remove them, or to fully disassemble anything. We were just curious and examining and analyzing more than anything. But yes, when our work with you was finished, and we had assumed, due to the many cracks and fractures within your soul shard, that you had been deceased. That when we were finished, we contracted D&R Solutions to bring you back to a greater population of Argon folk to be buried, or laid to rest, or the customs down there. But here you are.
I had never considered that Starcross was to be my burial place. I had never really thought about how I came to be conscious again, to be honest.
And you have nobody, no clerics, no high-level magics. You just came back.
Yes, I am a person of a niche faith. And the entity that I believe in, to my knowledge, brought me back.
Oh, you must be something of a high priest then. Someone so
yes.
favored. Wow, that's very impressive. But I mean, do you have any questions about this situation? I just wanted to offer an apology, considering you are still alive, about that whole situation.
Did you learn? I mean, I have not met any other Argon folk whose crystal is damaged like mine is.
Well, what we did glean from your soul shard is we just kind of assumed it was damaged and so it wasn't usable, but from research we had gained from other soul shards, is typically one soul is able to be housed within a single crystal. And soul shards have certain magical properties. And unfortunately, it does make them quite the high-valued black market commodity.
Right.
A soul shard, even without a soul within it, is able to replace some magical components for certain spells. And then a soul shard with a soul within it can do much more. And that kind of brings me to my second point of wanting to bring you here today. The safe that you had taken.
Yes.
You found the gem within, yes?
The diamond, yes.
Not a diamond. That was a soul shard.
Do you know the name of the person who it belonged to?
Ophélie. She was an Argon folk who relocated to Brulbar after the battle.
What did she do for a living?
Well, she did have a family that reclaimed her, and she was a brewer. She was apparently very good at it, too. But I was told that she had a bit of a melancholy last few years, not being able to enjoy the labors of her work. And her family found her inert, I guess is the term we're using. Peacefully passed away in her sleep.
That is very sad. I truthfully had no idea.
But it's... I mean... I suppose we should look at it on a more positive side, though. I've been told by Captain Jennett that you'd used it to resurrect your friend.
I did. I don't know how you would know this. Do you know what happens to the soul of an Argon folk when they die? Does it go to an afterlife, or rather, when a soul in a soul shard is used in place of material components?
Well, in terms of that, let me present this on two fronts. So, in the case of an Argon folk just passing away, the soul, I would assume, would leave the body, and if one believes in the afterlife, their soul would likely rejoin the River of Ea. If a soul shard is used and it contains a soul, I don't believe that soul would get the chance to rejoin. Making the use of a soul shard with the soul in it a very selfish act.
So she was consigned to oblivion.
No, you've misinterpreted me. The soul, it's not that Ophélie's soul had already passed. The empty soul shard itself is what you used for this ritual.
Oh.
It
is
isn't
a critical misunderstanding on my part.
Yes, you shouldn't feel so terribly, but I just wanted to let you know that this was the person.
What if a soul shard had many souls within it? If a soul was within a soul shard, but that individual soul had consumed the souls of many others through a complicated necromantic means.
Well, then I suppose that would be something that would require looking into more of the nature of souls. Is it possible to contain multiple souls within a single soul shard? And if so, do they continue being separate souls, or do they merge into a single? I haven't. I've mostly been concerned about the vessel. I haven't really studied the nature of the soul. It's kind of a...
More philosophical, I suppose.
Well, philosophical, yes, but also a bit of a unlawful area of study, so I don't pursue it.
Right.
Salamancy, one of the sub-schools of magic, is deemed illegal by the Ascendancy. That and Hemot Arcana, or blood magic.
I've heard that there's been a recent upsurge in Starborn being abducted on the roads. Do you think that that could be linked to people harvesting soul crystals? Or soul shards, sorry?
Well, that is troubling. I mean, it very well could be. Like I did mention, they are desirable by those of the black market. But to collect Starborn and harvest them, that is especially cruel. Well, I mean, that's about everything I had for you, Abe. I just wanted to tell you about Ophelli and identify you as you. And again, I'm terribly sorry about having kept you around here for as long as we did. And even before we had you, I suppose you would like to know your full journey, but you probably spent quite some time out beneath a farmer's field on the outskirts of Brill Bar.
Yes, I know. I have a memory of being felled at the Battle of Brill Bar, but I don't remember anything after that.
So, you were killed?
It's complicated.
Right. I suppose it doesn't matter if you've got some divine insurance.
Well, I am a continuation of a person, but I am different than they were.
A reincarnation?
Of a sort, yes.
Fascinating.
So
Well,
I was just buried, though, in dirt.
The land did reclaim itself over the years, and as the farmers returned to the fields and began working them again, Argon folk were found, as well as the unfortunate remains of many others. But like I'd mentioned before, well, I mean, everybody else would have followed the natural order of things and decayed, but the Argon folk seemed pretty resilient, so those who weren't taken in for study, others of worse intent might have begun harvesting those fields as well.
I have another question, if you'll permit me.
Absolutely. I'm happy to have the company.
I don't know if you know what we were doing for Captain Janet, but in our work, we came across several vials of argon veludium that were being used by a nefarious group. I'm wondering how common it is, where it could be acquired from, and whether or not that is more of a cause for alarm than we currently think it is.
No, that is alarming. That is alarming. As far as I'm aware, unless some other site has been found, all the argon volutium would have gone into making the Argon folk.
Have you heard anything legal or otherwise about argon folk being melted down?
It is not something I've given my mind any thought about. I'm sorry.
It is understandable.
Horrendous.
Yes.
It does make me wonder of the nature of the metal, though. If it could return to a liquid state after being solidified, that is a reusable weapon over and over again then. Or could you make new Argon folk? Curious. I would have to give more thought to it, but...
In your research, did you come across anything about how the argon veludium is used to create argon folk? Or was, I should say, used?
I had read about it. It was only a first-hand account, and those who were present didn't quite understand the process itself either. But each soul shard came from a larger crystal that fractured, fell into a pool of argon volutium, which each was occupied by a soul. And from the pool, the argon folk crawled out. Until there was no pool left.
So something like disbanding the magic of the argon veludium or something along those lines would not likely work.
Yes, I'm not terribly sure.
Much to think about.
Indeed. Sounds like you've got some concerning things on your plate. Busy time since you've come back.
Yes, very, very eventful few 10 days.
A few 10 days. Grief. Well,
I will not take up any more of your time.
Do not consider it a hindrance whatsoever. It was a pleasure getting to meet you again, Abe.
Likewise. And thank you.
Oh, and I'll probably see you in a couple of days, actually. You'll hear more about that.
Mysterious.
Good things. Only good things, only good things.
Very well.
All right. You have a great day, Abe.
You as well.
I have got some paperwork, as he looks up to the window behind him, to continue, and some ordering of glass.
I'll bow my head again and head to the library.
And everybody has been in the library for a good little while. So what have you guys been researching down there?
I
Or
would
like,
have
what
gone-
haven't we been? Sorry, what?
I would have looked for Papar and asked him if he could help me access the records of students that have been present at the Arkanette Institute, and ask him to look for Gideon Gray.
Yes, absolutely, I can do that. Well, hold on. So, Reason being, I probably shouldn't give out student information, even though I realize I've told you I could do you some favors. This is probably a matter of...
He's me. I'm Gideon Gray.
Okay, well, that does change things. Do you have any identification on you?
He reaches in his pockets and like pulls out basically like he probably has like a membership something for DNR Solutions.
Yeah.
And he'll pull that out.
All right, very good. I'll be right back with that. And he hops along and goes to collect the books you're searching for. Eventually, he will return with the necessary paperwork.
What'd you find? Anything?
Well, I mean, yes, I did. I mean, there are listings that, I mean, you'll have to go through the book yourself and find your name and...
Sure, I'm just surprised that there's even a document here. I'll take a look at it. Thank you so much.
It's all alphabetical. You'll have to last name, flip through it until you find yours.
Oh, okay. Gideon sits down and starts rifling through it, looking for Gray.
Also, the last time we did this research thing, I was going like one topic per day. I'm not even going to bother with that anymore. You guys can choose whatever chunk of your research you want to share each day, because you've gotten the research. I figure if, however I plan this thing out, there's either not going to be enough days or there's not going to be enough topics, so share whatever chunk you want for each day, unless you still have to uncover some information.
All right. So yeah, Gideon will rifle through the pages, and he will find a document on himself. And he will look through it, get a very shocked look on his face, and go to find the group.
Roughly around this time, Abe will make it to the library as well.
Yeah, so Gideon walks in like Charlie Day from It's Always Sunny, and he's just like sort of looking around like sort of picturing like him seeing a bunch of things lining up, and it's not good. And he sits down and he says, "Everybody, I need you to come here for a second, please."
Gideon, what is it?
Okay, so I went to school here, and in fact, I was labeled as gifted with magic, and they say that I have a soul scar, and I'm the only non-starborn to have one of these, but it's genuine, and they say I could be like a sorcerer, and it says that my training is incomplete, so I trained here. I trained here for at least a little bit.
When?
Does it say how long?
Doesn't. But I was here.
Wait,
Have your age.
Or like a range of the years that it happened?
Oh, God, let me flip to the friggin' things.
Dates.
Gideon and his god dang false timelines, and I gotta figure out these real timelines. Well, continue talking. I'll determine these timelines.
Very well.
How do you not remember this, Gideon?
Look, there's a lot I don't remember.
I mean,
But
I always
my parents
assumed-
took me out of the training. I said that much.
I always thought you couldn't remember specifically anything about the event, but have you had memory gaps going back your whole life?
I think so.
Oh my god.
With this information, yeah, I don't
Did
know
you
what
ever-
I don't know.
What prompted you to look this up?
I had a short little dream about me. I was young, was very young, like probably 8 or 9. And Charity Cozybug was in my house. She examined my soul scar, and for the record, in case you haven't seen it, he like stretches his shirt down and shows you the mark. And,
Oh no, we've never seen it before.
And she examined it. It wasn't the same shape at the time. It would look different. And
What did it look like before?
It was kind of looked just like a birthmark before, but now it has like an actual shape. As you can see, it's got like a little leaf and some wing next to it. But
Right.
before it was just kind of a splotch. I don't know why that is the way that it is, but yeah,
Sorry, what did you say it looks like now?
it's like a leaf that's wilted on the wind.
Gideon, this is a lot of information.
You're telling me. So, end of the day, this just makes me have more questions, but I'm glad I have some answers. It's unsettling because now I don't know how much I don't know, but there are many gaps in my life now, and
You
yeah.
think that your parents have similar gaps, or that they perhaps kept this information from you intentionally?
I don't know. Maybe they told me at one point, and I just don't remember.
The documentation you have says that the incomplete training you only progress through 1 year, and according to the documentation, you were 11 years old.
That was 16 years ago. 27. Yeah, I'm 27. I think.
Are you sure? I don't mean to be rude, but
A good
Okay.
question, Elowen.
Look, I think I'm I'm certain. I feel it. I mean, I don't know.
that would
maybe-
have been after you were here, right?
Pardon?
You spent some time here, right? But that would
Yeah,
have been
that would
after
have
your
been-
time.
Yeah, I've been in Starcross that entire time.
Hmm.
Yeah, Balesville's they appear to be superstitious about magic. Doesn't surprise me. But,
Taking this pretty well, Gideon.
yeah, give it time. I'm sure it'll resonate better a little bit later after I've thought about it a little more. But
Hey,
you
hey.
know,
I'll put my hands on your shoulder. It's going to be okay, my friend. More
Yeah.
questions is never a bad thing. It will lead to the truth.
I guess I could have been a wizard. Could
There's
you
still a
imagine me
chance.
as a wizard? That would have been something else.
Yeah, you could.
Maybe
I
we'll-
mean, if you're supposedly, very well in tune to magic, and as they said, a sorcerer, like, that might still be something within your grasp. That power tends to be innate.
Huh. Oh, that explains how I know how to use some of my abilities. I was trained here.
Walking
Yes.
through these halls not spark anything in you?
Nothing.
Interesting.
But I mean, maybe they did just unconsciously, because you had that dream. So perhaps
Oh,
being here is what made that happen. It could be that your brain is just trying to protect itself, so it can't do it while you're awake.
Great. It's trying to protect itself from what?
And that's what we're here to figure out. Then you just watch, like, now flip her journal to like a new section. She makes a quick Gideon tab and starts writing things down. She's like, all right, we're going to figure out this timeline. And starts making a page for you as well. Okay. Let's go over what we know so far, but what you think you know, at least.
Okay.
When we first spoke, really like in depth with each other, you told me, from what you remember, the event happened when you were 18. That seems right.
Seems right.
Okay. And then you told me that you looked for your family for 2 years before giving up hope, and then you spent 7 years just kind of, doing the bounty hunter thing and wandering around.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. Well, to start, at least. And hey, look, if they thought you were also a sorcerer, then it looks like maybe you and I have something in common more. 'Cause that's what I am too.
I suppose, yeah. We'll see if it amounts to anything. But I don't know. Sorry, I'm gonna just sit here for a minute. You all enjoy your research. If you need anything, I'll just be here.
Gideon, if you don't have a point of inspiration, you may have it.
Thanks. I don't.
Just gonna reach out and like take your hand in mine and give it a quick squeeze, and then go back to my own studying.
Gideon shoots you a quick smile, very thankful, and kind of goes back to his like zone.
Who else has got something?
We want to go like bottom to top this time.
Sure. Ryan started, so
Go Logan.
Yeah, I come up to the group and I was like, no, I wasn't really able to find out much of any use or anything today.
What were you looking for?
Nothing important. That's all I say.
Right, check.
Way to play it cool.
Nifty.
Nothing important.
I believe them.
We don't do that. I thought
that is correct with our house
Also-
rules.
I was gonna
He's-
say, you could go ahead. I rolled a deception check if anyone wanted to. I'll
There
say
you go.
go ahead.
That is the house rule. PCs are people too. If the player who is subjected to an ability check by another player can choose to succeed, but Logan has opted to allow the roll to happen. So
Right. Insight check. Ooh. Hey, that's 2 19s in a row on your new dice.
Ooh.
25 total.
Yeah, Azaria, very convincing. I rolled a 17 and I had nothing to this. But you see through that it does seem like they were spending a lot of time reading books to not have anything, but they don't seem to want to share it. That's all you've got.
Just say, oh, that's too bad, Azaria. I'm sorry to hear you couldn't find what you were looking for.
Oh well. At least we found out useful stuff the other days.
That's true. You found a lot the last couple of days.
Yes, very useful information too, pointing us in the perfect direction.
But Elwyn, how about yourself?
Yeah, I've been reading about gods in the world, about how different deities have ascended to godhood. I found this story about Mota in particular. I'm curious if you all have any thoughts on it.
And not that I really think it's relevant to anyone, but this is a really cool story that Denny wrote, so I'm going to read it to you.
Yay!
Story time!
oh
Okay.
gosh, do I have the appropriate music?
Oh, storytelling music.
Oh
Storytelling
gosh.
music. Let's go.
Let's go with. Sure, this is probably going to be wrong.
Nothing wrong when it comes to tabletop audio.
Nice.
Woo!
If the
It's
song
already
has any
wrong.
flute in it, I will flavor it as Gideon pulling out his flute and playing it to
In
give
the middle of
himself
the
peace. I'm kidding.
Gideon, put that away.
Alright.
This'll do.
Okay, I'm gonna read. So, Rowanay, the deity of the waters, was said to have fallen in love with a mortal woman. Her name was Mota, and she was renowned as a great sailor and spent a lot of time on the water. This was how Rowanay came to know her. Wanting to commit to her, he rose from the sea aboard a ship of ice and starlight. He then confessed his love, and she loved him in return. The two of them lived many happy years together, but they wouldn't last. Mota was very interested in the magical boat Roane had arrived in. However, he told her that she must never take it out to sea, as it was unlike any vessel that she would have ever piloted. Mota took that as a challenge from her husband. So one night, while Roane slept, Mota prepared the vessel of ice and starlight and began to sail away into the dark. Roane awoke, sensing that his ship had been set out onto his waters. Noticing that Mota was no longer in bed, he rushed out into the night to pursue his love. Roane was too late, however, and the vessel had begun to sail into the starry sky. Roane yelled for Mota to drop the ship's anchor. When she did, the anchor plummeted into the sea far beneath the vessel, but the ship continued to rise. The distressed god swam out to the anchor to hold it down, and controlled the seawater around him to climb up the anchor's chain. The water froze in a sphere around the floating ship high in the night sky. The ship and Mota were encased in a ball of ice that was illuminated by the starlight vessel within. Mota and Roane now cling to each other by the anchor that was dropped into the sea. When the ship begins to drift away, they say the tides of the sea rise when the anchor begins to slip for Roane and he tries to bring Mota close again. The tides lower again when the anchor is secured once more. Someday, Roane might have the strength to bring Mota back and break the sphere of ice that she rests in. Mota has become what we know as the god of the moon, and the ship sails along the tight band of stars known as the River of Au. She now serves as our goddess of the moon and is one of the deities of love alongside Roane. I just found it interesting. Mota doesn't seem to really have any power of her own according to this legend. It's just Roane that spread his power up to her, but yet she's known as a goddess in this world.
A beautiful story.
It is very nice.
Perhaps her power lies in the love that Roane felt for her. He was so compelled to try and save her from sailing off that he held her in place.
Yes, still to ascend to godhood from it,
Love is a powerful thing.
I suppose.
Lots of power can come from devotion.
This seems to have been from 3,300 years ago. It's kind of in line with the timeline that Nell and I noticed with the Furaclay Forest and Reynard as well.
Yes. Fascinating.
I'm not
Well,
sure
this one
exactly what this means, but
Yeah, I have a harder time piecing this into that timeline.
no, I'm
Oh.
not sure either.
Elowen, you said you were researching this on, and I lean in close, Waleila's behalf?
Mm-hmm.
Why does Waleila wish to know of the gods?
I'm not sure.
Insight check.
I don't think I'm lying.
Oh. Alright then. It is curious.
Dallas, you may have a point of inspiration for reading that story.
Yeah.
was
It
not
was such a
expecting
good
that.
story.
That was really good,
Mhm.
Teni.
I
When you
didn't-
sent it to me, I'm like, how do I figure out how to read this to everybody?
I honestly
just
didn't think that was
say-
going to get read.
It was
Denny,
so good.
You take a point of inspiration for writing
Yeah.
this story because it was beautiful.
Aw.
So
That's like one of
Thank
the
you.
coolest Genesis stories of a moon that
I
I've
know.
ever heard.
Yeah.
really
Holy
beautiful.
dude.
Mm-hmm.
Use that inspiration to give me disadvantage on violent shot.
As if you need it.
Good inspiration, but you're not allowed to use it to kill us. So just keep that.
Then
in
I
mind.
will use it to prevent you from aliving again.
Oh
Awful.
God, no! Use it to hurt us, bro. Oh, don't do
Take the
it.
pain, not the death.
Oh no.
Well, what I learned is kind of along a similar vein, in a sense, Elowen and Azaria, if you're able, this is kind of relevant to you too a little. More so because you asked, or you didn't ask me, but you thought it'd be a good idea if I looked into this. So learning how my Amma, how fire became a deity themselves. We don't know too much. Most of my clan's history is kept orally, so they don't really have a lot of anything written down, so I'd have to go back eventually and just ask, but I'm just going to read it because I can't do this. I can't parse information while trying to talk at the same time. So she's considered a demigod, which I feel like I don't know too much about the classifications, but that seems like lesser. So the Goliath clans of the Great Oakland were moving south, and they were clashing with some elf settlements in the region. So they fought for a while, and the elven settlements viewed the newcomers as wild men with no civility, and the Goliaths felt that the elves were pompous cowards hiding behind magic. Yeah, that tracks. Fire and another individual from the elven people brokered a truce between the warring sides with an agreement from the dwarves to the west, and the Goliaths were allowed to move into the Coal Rock and the Ictag forests. The Goliath and the elf communities became culturally entangled, and some believe that this might be the origin of the Wildeglen people's fascination with the druidic aesthetic. I didn't know anything about that. Does that mean anything to you, Azaria?
Well, yeah, when I was reading up on the Wildeglen wetlands, the people there are quite culturally interested in druidic practices. So, I mean, that kind of checks through on both of those. And it makes sense with, like, you know, Fyra is a young god and the pantheon of everything else.
So apparently she ascended to demigod status after embracing the hospitality that was shown to their people and spreading that sentiment to anyone who needed a home. And then it's just kind of talking about my clan a little bit, but those are still our tenements. Like the whole point of the paladins is to go out and spread that warmth and that protection everywhere we go. But it almost seems like, doesn't that seem really easy? Just that just her own goodness was enough, and the support of the people she was looking after.
But, like, you know, unlike, like, that's easy to say when you have tenants that are telling you to be a good person. But she just, like, there wasn't that thing being like, oh, you have to be good. I think there's actually it's so much easier to just look out for yourself and stuff that maybe that is enough, that true act of caring and compassion.
Well, I guess that's 2 ways we know of now, if you want to tell that to your patron. So an act of, I guess technically they're both kind of acts of love, although in different scales and different motivations.
Certainly interesting.
Nell and Azaria, you may both have a point of inspiration for tag teaming that one.
I already have one, but thank you.
Same here.
That was really good.
I technically have 2 chunks in that one, but I'll save the next one for later. Unless...
Up to you.
Okay, the other one's like a little one, so I can just do that now. This one specifically, I want to talk to Azaria about. And I guess actually the other one too. So we're both here still, so it's fine. Okay, I also was able to read a little bit about other like time magic situations, although honestly none of it really sounds like what I did. Apparently being able to do any effect to time is really difficult, and whoever does it is typically adept magic users, which obviously that is not the case. So time is usually thought of literally, but that means people like have created spells so they can slow it down or speed it up in that sense. But those spells would only be like done by a practiced wizard, and it's only in the short term as well. And then like the higher ends of time magic would only be done by master magic users like Charity Cozybug or Faye Applebutter. And it says like the effects that include stopping time, be like stopping time for a few individuals for a few moments, pausing the world around yourself temporarily, or rapidly aging, which we unfortunately saw the effects of recently. But so that all seems like it's really like short term and like really difficult to do. And then the other thing I read says like for people who have messed up time spells, they would just have someone they would have the person cast dispel magic on it. I just I don't think that can be it, right?
Your situation did seem a lot more uncontrolled than what a master would do.
Yeah.
Which maybe is why yours is much more long-lasting and affected much more than a normal spell. They're like it's a lot harder to control, you know, something that's that powerful. Like, you know, I can't control a river and stuff. It just does whatever. I can, you know, take a bucket of water and I can use that water quite easily. So maybe kind of what happened in yours is that river of time magic just kind of happened. And whatever is causing these surges of magic to just fly out.
Right. I wonder, is there an element to, because mine is specifically, to what I've read so far, it's tied to the Wilder. So it's like coming from a different plane, right? The Wilder's a different plane. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the concept of time might be different. Does it make sense that if someone who is studied magic is viewing things a certain way, that would affect the way they cast? So the fact that they're viewing it as linear means they would cast to affect it in that way. But obviously I wasn't even intending on doing it, so I didn't have any parameters in place. So
that is a fascinating thesis. I like, with my big book, because that's the only book I have, like scroll to the back and write this on a like page. Clearly not related to druidic texts at all. This book has really lost its purpose.
Nella like looks normal, but on the inside she's so thrilled that someone has a page about her in their book. She's like, cool. Okay, well, I wish this could have just been the answer, but I didn't really expect that would be so easy. So I think the next step is roll bar and just whatever I can find out there. Oh well. A step in the right direction, I guess.
We'll figure this out now.
Yeah. Yeah. We will, eventually.
And Drac?
Well, I haven't had much time to do reading since, I've been entertaining your ideas so far. But I did have a theory, and I'll turn to Abe. Abe, over the past few days, when we've been looking through stuff, I brought this up with our friends here, but I've had more time to think on it, and I think perhaps these Valambridge, these beings who came before, may have more to do with you than anything else. The crystal in your chest, this soul shard of yours, is very much related to them. I think you knew that already, though.
Yes. they're the ones who created them, if I am understanding it.
Yes. They were beings of neutrality, very much like your Malden and my people as well. And they created these shards to hold souls within. Do you think perhaps Malden is an Elumbrite?
Are there any memories that I can cross-reference with that, Daddy?
No, there are not. Not at the moment.
It is certainly something to consider. The
No,
fact that Malden is not part of the High Planetari's pantheon, they could be something more akin to your grandmother now. More of a demigod.
Oh,
Wait, what? The Alumbrites or Malden?
Malden. They could be an Alumbrite. I have no idea.
I don't
perhaps
know.
they were mistakenly trapped in the crystal with you, with the Chosen.
I believe they were trapped with me, yes.
Perhaps that was a mistake. Perhaps they meant to trap you and not themselves.
I am not sure.
Okay, wait, I've lost the plot. Who was trapped as well? Malden or
I believe Malden was trapped within
With-
the crystal
okay,
as I was.
gotcha.
This midnight sun that we keep running into,
Yeah.
or at least talk of it.
Okay.
But this is just a theory. There's so many moving parts. I've had a hard time putting it all together.
The similarities are undeniable, though.
Indeed. And the similarities between your paradise and Elumbria, this place where the Elumbrites came from, is eerily similar as well.
Yes.
And I'm
Who'd-
I'm still trying to wrap my mind around all of this as well, but this is also what Gideon has on his chest as well, right? He is also tied to these things?
I have a soul scar.
The soul scar on your chest.
Which
is that
is
not similar?
It's a mark of a great destiny, if I will understand. I don't know. I suppose it could be the same.
Well, if it's anything like what's happened to me before today, I'd like to avoid said destiny if at all possible.
You're on the right path. But you need to be aware of all these moving pieces, I think.
Wait a minute, does that mean those bugs are after me too?
Oh, maybe.
Maybe that is why we have run into so many.
We have
Um,
more than one target on our backs. But I think we knew that already.
has Abe shared about his meeting? What he learned?
Not yet.
Okay.
I was waiting my turn.
Okay. Please feel inclined to do so because I have some questions that I wrote out to share with the group. So
Well, Drax gotta have his moment.
That's really it. I just wanted to share that theory with Abe and see what he thought. And I think I also have to go off and finish my research. So,
Nice.
Drac will be like, I will stay around for the news of your meeting, Abe, but I do have a little bit more that I want to look through. So
Gideon says, like, yeah, I'll listen to this as well, but I have one more thing I want to look into before I leave.
There's
I'm sorry to interrupt. Ryan and Anthony, could I get you to turn your volumes up a little bit?
yes, sir.
How's that?
Good, good.
How's that?
Good, good.
I don't have much to share. I had been studied here between being felled at the Battle of Brobar and awakening on my way to Starcrossed. I spent time here dead, for lack of a better term, They were studying my crystal, my soul shard, along with other Argon folk that met their end at the battle.
Yeah, you woke up in my cart. I didn't know you were like gonna wake up.
I don't think I was supposed to until a very specific moment.
I'm glad you did. But yeah, I was charged with bringing you to Starcross and giving you to your people.
I've never thanked you for that.
There's no need.
I don't know if I would be the same person if I hadn't had you.
Well,
Thank you, Gideon.
you're welcome, mate. Thanks for, helping me with everything that's going on and keeping these fine people alive.
They like to run off.
No.
It's been fairly difficult, actually.
Very fast. It's not my fault.
What do you mean?
The other big piece of information is that it was not a diamond that I retrieved from the office. It was thankfully, a vacant soul shard. Apparently they can be used in place of components.
My.
Apparently it is a black market business. There could be a connection to the recent talks of Starborn being kidnapped on the roads. But
You got bugs and criminals after you.
could also just be bugs.
Yeah, that was our original theory, right? It was maybe the bugs specifically are connected, and like, I don't know. My thought would be maybe that they're being created by someone, or at least controlled by them. But if it's the shard specifically that they're going after, that is the connection, which we don't know. Why are organic Starborns being taken as well? Because they wouldn't have that, right?
Unless the mark is something similar that can be utilized. I didn't ask about that, though.
Do all tieflings and Asmars have a mark as well?
Are you asking someone that, or are you asking me that?
I'm asking you, Denny, that.
Let's see. Make a history check.
Yoke dokes. Also want everyone to know I was so excited bringing up all like my pages of research and stuff. I did not actually open D&D Beyond or Roll20 for the first like half an hour. She's like, oh yeah, I guess we're playing a game. 23.
So from the time in Starcross, not that you ever got to see like anybody like top to bottom, but it seemed like there were only few individuals. Like, it is rare for somebody to have one of these soul scars.
Okay.
And you had met technically 3 if you're including Gideon. There was the innkeep that of the place that you and Drac had stayed at in Starcross. And then there was Fruce, who both had one.
Okay. So of course we have no way of confirming if those who have been taken have a soul scar or not. That could be added to our list of theories, I suppose.
It might be nothing. It's just...
Yeah.
It was interesting piece of information to come up.
Yeah.
The Chandier also said that he would see me soon and that there was nothing bad. But
Maybe
wouldn't
something
tell me anything about it.
something at Heroes Fest, maybe?
Perhaps. I'm just saying we might have to go on another stage.
That would truly shock me after just the way things played out. I mean, great,
agree
I
with Mel.
guess. But I just think, why?
Not sure
anyway.
stage is a great place for us.
Just wanted to flag it for everyone.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, if you want, I can accept all the awards for you and take all the credit.
I don't know if your ego necessarily needs that so much.
What ego?
The one that you put on sometimes.
Yeah, it helps.
Drac and Abe, you may also have a point of inspiration.
Thanks, I got one, but
inspiration.
cool.
Get everybody stocked up.
Yep.
We're all so
For no reason
inspired.
whatsoever, eh, Daddy?
Nothing bad's
Nothing
gonna
coming up.
happen.
Nothing
Nothing's
coming
gonna
up.
happen.
Loading up those inspirations for later.
We are gonna have a really nice festival, Denny, and nothing
Sure.
bad is gonna happen to us during it. right?
Remember when Adam told me the library sucks?
When did he say that? Why would you say that to him?
That's immortalized in a clip, my friend.
He did say that. I remember.
That was
Yeah.
when
Oh,
we
yeah,
were all
that one.
dying and everything was terrible. And
And it sucked.
Which
Yeah.
time?
It sucked.
just specifically the library time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's the
Ghost.
reason I said the library sucks.
Gotcha.
Holy shit.
So, geographical humor for you.
Mm.
Oh, okay. So me in real life is going through our theories that we have written down. Fun fact for the audience, we have a group doc. But I'm going to go over some of these now in character as well. Okay, Abe. I'm just spitballing here. But what if... Okay, if Malden was an alumbrite, could, like, paradise, like this vision that you had of it, could that be, like, part of Alumbria?
That was what I was thinking, yes.
I suppose.
Makes sense. At least to me. I don't know much about magic or anything, but yeah.
Yeah, because that's something we learned, right? Like there's... It broke apart, or what happened?
It splintered, yes. It
Okay, yeah. so-
shattered almost, and the pieces of Alhambria appeared in our world. Just kind
Yeah.
of appeared in places.
So that could be something.
I suppose I am just unsure if are there other instances of an alumbrite being able to bestow divine gifts.
They were very powerful beings, according to what I've read, so they had the ability to travel through the planes at will, though they did require a protective body.
Which could that be the origin of the Argon Voludium?
Certainly could.
It is a possibility. I can always try just asking
Who?
Melton.
Is that something you do? Do you have conversations with them?
They have not been conversations so far. It's more me making demands. But
Okay.
Making demands.
And that seems like a good idea.
Of a god.
I mean,
It's a
I'm all
dangerous
for
game
it,
there,
but
they
um,
guided me to the, at the time, diamond.
hmm. Well, that's something, at least.
Abe, can I have you make an insight check?
Oh no!
Oh, I want to use a new dice, but I
Do
don't
it.
want it to roll bad.
Break them in.
Gotta break 'em in.
Do it. Do it.
Yeah, all right. Insight 24.
Oh, fuck yeah!
Oof, that was a good one.
Damn.
Reflecting on that whole situation, you might glean that Malden might have already known that that was a soul shard he led you to.
Nice.
Does not surprise me.
I get the impression that Malvin knew it was a soul shard.
Well, I
Doesn't
hope he knew it
surprise me.
was an empty one.
Malvin
What
does
does
not
that
seem like
mean?
the type of creature who would care if it was empty or not.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, how far does the concept of being worthy extend? Could there be like a worthy soul trapped in a crystal without a body? And if you use that for a spell, would that count?
I don't think in the nature of things. Unfortunately, in the absence of the chosen, there have been many worthy that have perished.
Is it your soul shard that makes it that we don't need materials to bring you back?
I believe so. I believe it is a trade, the remnants of one soul for my revival.
Every time you're brought back, you lose a soul within you?
The memories, yes.
Oh, that's right, because the ones that are in you,
That is terrifying.
but they aren't full souls, right? The ones that are in you,
No, they are
just
the
the
memories.
memories. Okay, that's better than the alternative. I forgot that for a second, so that stressed me out. Okay.
What does this mean for Azaria?
It, as I understand it, it is as though we used a diamond. There was the soul, an Argan folk named Ophelia had already.
Belly.
Ophelia.
Ophelia, sorry. I wrote it that way and I
It's
doubted
like
myself.
it's
Damn.
like Ophelia, but the A is an E instead.
Right.
Thank you.
Ophelia, sorry.
She had passed on. I didn't ask how long ago, but she was already in her afterlife if she believed in it. So my understanding is the soul shard was, as I said, empty.
That's a
Forgive me
relief.
for not trusting that, though. If Malden led you to the soul shard, knowing what you were going to do with it, I'm just not sure what that might mean.
I think it just means that he doesn't. Well, they don't care about anyone.
Well,
From what
But
the
why would they
Shan-
care
Wait.
about reviving Azaria?
because Abe asked.
So I threatened them if they didn't help me.
They need you.
That actually
So-
is. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, threatening a god. Oh, that makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, same.
Perhaps.
It does and it doesn't, but that's actually a question I've had for a while. We know the paths of Malden, one of them being the eternal challenger, right?
Yes.
And your path is different. Yours is the chosen.
Correct.
But it always was weird to me because it seems from like everything that we've heard that like how is it not just you that is the eternal challenger?
The
Because
eternal challenger was an individual that slew me during their duel.
I know
Edge of
that.
Paradise.
Yeah, no, I understand the how everything is broken down, but like at the same time, it just seems like odd to me because at least it would be called that because I feel like it's just like that's what you are just doing by existing in this role that you fill for Malden. It seems like the chosen has always kind of been fighting back. I don't know if that leads anywhere. It's just something that has been bugging me.
Makes sense to me. But
It might. It is more just a naming convention.
Yeah.
The Eternal Challenger was an individual who constantly sought to overcome greater foes. And so the idea of their challenge was always something more powerful, some creature more capable and more devastating. I, as far as I know, challenged Malden much, but not in the same way. It is more perhaps a disgruntled employee.
I
Or
mean,
like
it is a
a-
shitty job.
It doesn't sound as good as the Chosen, though, so...
No. What about like
Challenger
the
is pretty cool.
like the thorn in their side? Something like that.
It might be a bit wordy.
Well,
We can workshop it.
yeah, I'll work on it.
They presented to Malden at a later date.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm happy to hear that Marimus was happy to see you, I guess.
Yeah,
Yes.
glad that went well.
He seemed happy that I was alive again.
Indeed. Well, friends, I'm going to see if I can find that lovely little paper dragon that gets me some help. So,
I'm gonna come with you.
oh,
Just
sure.
so you all know beforehand, I might need your help sitting through whatever I find. I'm going to try and find books on the event. I'll be back.
All right.
When Drac leaves, assuming everybody else stays at the table, I will, as quietly as I can, ask,
Do we know if his brother is bringing back an alive dragon?
No, I think what we heard was just the head. Why?
I don't remember what I heard, Denny. I just heard dragon, right?
Yeah, dragon is all that was said.
Oh, well, I heard in my brain that it was just the head, so hope that helps. No, we don't know. They just said dragon.
I hope it's an alive one.
When
Why?
Why?
I think this whole going and just killing a bunch of dragons at this point has run its course a little archaically. It's like, what if we just went around killing a bunch of beings that had nothing to do with, the current ongoings, but just because of who their ancestors were. Sure that not every dragon out there is an evil being.
I agree with that.
The only reason I ask is bringing a live dragon to a crowded city against its will does not sound like it will end well, and we have a knack for ending up in the thick of things.
Yep, that's very true. Oh no.
Well,
That's something I simply did not want to think about, Abe.
I'm sorry. It felt
on the
brilliant.
list of mistakes to fix, if a live dragon is brought to the city,
It wasn't ours.
at
Right?
least we're fixing someone else's mistakes for once.
That is true. I just,
Yeah.
after the other night, at some point we might want to sit down and talk about group dynamics in fighting.
I think so.
Yeah, I think that would be really good.
But today is for books.
Maybe just a little bit of tomorrow too.
As long as we need, really.
But I'd be glad to train. I think it'll serve necessary with all the paths that we are to walk. In the future. So many of them. Whew.
Well, so I guess Gideon and Drac are going to push on to a second topic for this day. So we've done a full round here of sharing information and whatnot. So perhaps we'll take a bit of a break here. I will admit, I must use the restroom. So this is a forced break on my behalf.
I'm also glad for it, though. So.
Yeah, my beer's empty.
I'm almost there. I can finish
My,
it.
my beer's empty and my bladder's full.
I think we just
Third.
lost Dallas too, so this is a good thing.
no, there-
she's back. She's back.
Come.
I might use the break to move and find an Ethernet cable.
It works out for
All
everybody.
coming
then.
together.
I love it when a plan comes together. All right, we'll see you all in a few minutes here. So have a good break, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
And hello again, everybody. We are back from break and ready to talk about more library findings.
Hmm.
Dallas has joined us from a new location once again.
Ooh.
Switching things up.
Oh my gosh, actually the banner underneath Dallas like matches with the paintings in the background. It's like this is popping.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have been here the whole time.
Damn.
I'll just move back home.
That's a good choice.
That's extreme.
But it matches.
Perfect.
So,
Alright.
Before we went on
Lore.
before we went on break, everybody was at the library. We're on the third day of researching, and Drac and Gideon have gone back into the books, the stacks, to find a little bit more information for their day. So let's continue this bottom to top situation here. So we'll start with Gideon.
Alrighty. I will approach Papar once again.
Hello once again.
Hey, Papar.
The little origami dragon is ready to serve.
Thank you for your findings here. They were invaluable. I've learned a great deal.
And thank you for providing the appropriate identification.
Of course. I have one more request for you before the day's through. It might, I don't know where you'll find this, if it even has anything here, but do you have any documents on the event from Balesville? The anomaly?
I will do my best. As far as I'm aware, if this is the same thing I'm thinking of, is probably a bit I don't know if you'll find too much with it, but yeah, let me see what I can scrape together.
Any sort of documents from potential survivors, like interviews with people who were present, or
Well, now you see, now there's some direction. Yes, I'll see what I can find.
all right. Thank you, Papar.
And he will go and collect the research that you require.
Very good. Gideon takes the books and thank you, Papar. And he goes back to the group and sits down at the table with the, I assume to be a very small stack of books. Very, very small. He sort of just sits and stares at it for a while. And he calls out, whenever you've got a minute. I found something. Well, Papar found something.
What is it?
Accounts from people who survived.
What did they say?
Gideon opens it, pulls out the pages. The event, as many have come to calling it in Balesville, is an anomaly that happened recently in 42, Era of Ascension. This is 9 years before present. 9 years before present. I was right. Okay.
Good.
Details of this event are inconsistent with those who witnessed it. That we already knew. Some say the town was racked by an earthquake that devastated many houses and farmland in that area. Others say that the place had been assaulted by balls of fire that fell from the sky. Some claim the place had been overrun by large insects. We have an experience with large insects. Another story tells of people riding dragons and assaulting the town. Some people say the town appeared to warp and twist as if by dark magic, seeing many versions of themselves, family, friends attack each other and their duplicates. Whatever the true cause, there are a few consistencies with these reports. Some people ended up vanishing without a trace. Whatever did happen did result in some deaths. Most everyone there reports experiencing a sort of headache. Damage to the town was real, but its origin is unknown. Uncertain as to how to proceed with such an investigation, we will help rebuild Valesville and begin observing to see if there are any aftershocks of the event. And he flips a few more pages. Update. There have not been any aftershocks, but it is clear that people are experiencing trauma from the event. People are beginning to express a pure disinterest into continuing to talk about what happened. So there is little we can do now without the cooperation of the town. And Gideon gets a very shocked and sort of realization on his face. I had a nightmare that I was in bed and one of those things, those bugs that we've been dealing with, crawled onto the bed and attacked me, and that's when I woke up. So if my dream about Charity is true, maybe the bug one's true. I didn't think anything of it because I don't like bugs, but maybe that was something from that day.
I mean, it's possible. Have you had any other dreams throughout your life that have felt different like those two did?
I've had a lot of dreams about things that I do remember. Like coming in from Balesville to the farm, taking Hildy and leaving. Coming back from the forest with my friend Monty, I remember that. I've had dreams about that. But I don't remember any other real important dreams or nightmares. Anyways, that's the first bit. He takes that book and pushes it to the side. And he pulls out, this is some records. He says, opens it, pulls a page out. The Arkanette records show many people were reported as missing or deceased. And he just goes through the names, deceased list. I'm marked as missing and as a person of interest. Parents are missing. Siblings are dead. And the Didact of Balesville, Elia Hume is marked as deceased. No body recovered, but eyewitnesses claim she's dead. I guess that's where I was taught. I wasn't taught here. I guess it would have been in Balesville, but
Elle just like wraps an arm around your shoulders.
you know, when I found out my parents were not themselves, I had some hope that maybe, you know, my siblings were alive still. But I need a minute. Gideon steps outside. You see that glow come from outside the door. That familiar glow.
Drac, what turns up in your research?
So Drac goes and finds Papar and says, my friend, I was just wondering, I wanted to know if there was anything interesting that you found or can find for me about the Valambridge and a small village in the Ringsar Peaks. It's known as Darrokarth. It's where I come from.
As you like catch him, he's got like some papers in his mouth. And he's like, and like holds up a wing and then like hops on over to like another table with a bunch of people and just like delivers the papers and comes back to you. Yes, give me one moment. I'm getting my paces in today.
Apologies. Take your time.
Not a trouble at all. It's my job. And you saved my life, so I'm happy to work.
Good thing.
And what does his documentation that he brings back to you reveal? Or if anything?
So Drac doesn't bring this back right away because he wants to like let it percolate for a little bit, but he learns of a couple things and then comes back later just like eyes wide to the table, just being like, and then what if it's like this? But
What's going on, Drac?
So much. I don't know how to wrap my head around it. So, okay, I will start with the simple thing. There is a place in the what is now known as Dragonfire Wastes, where I believe my people came from long ago, before they were in Darrokarth. They were dragonborn in that area, and they had made their way west and north. And there's apparently one of the Valambridge ruins in that area, and it has been there for so many centuries that this one scholar thought that perhaps the Valambridges would have interacted with my people before they left. Which, that's very interesting and very cool, but it is just a theory. But there are records, apparently, of the Valambridges occasionally inviting people to their home of Valambridge from the other realms. Just saying, hey, come to my house in this other plane. What crazy is that? And apparently, they were such gifted metalworkers. They would make these advanced automatons, kind of like you, Abe, but less. I don't know if they were as lucid as you. And this is the part that is just blowing my mind right now, is they had a multi-headed metal dragon that protected a great crystal. And all I can think of is the stock, a multi-headed dragon. I don't know why my mind is going there, but it is.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty clear connection.
But Vishtak is a god. They are not some automaton.
Maybe they grew and changed over time.
I mean, think about what myself and Ellen have discovered today. It's like there are so many ways for people to become gods, to ascend past what they were born originally. So there could be more than we even known. This could be related to that.
We're taught that Vishtak gave life to the universe with their breath. I find it hard to believe that they were made.
Could be just something made to honor them.
Perhaps the Alumbrites were beings of neutrality. And if they did in fact interact with my people, maybe the idea of Vishtak was given to them before the Dragonborn left the wastes. I'm sorry, this is just a lot going through my head right now.
A lot of connections are being made, yes.
I have to go pray. I will be back at the inn if you need me.
Okay. Take as long as you need.
You'll pass Gideon with his back against a wall sitting on your way out.
Give you a nod.
He nods. Just sort of
Gareth
says, where are you
keeps
going?
Oh. Back to the inn. I need to think.
That makes two of us. Here, I'll come with you.
Sure.
Gideon slowly picks himself up and walks alongside you. You muted?
As the two of you leave the Institute, it is around this time of day where you guys have been in the library for quite some time. It is beginning to grow to dusk now. Like, the sun is setting.
Yeah, I start heading back to the inn.
Yeah, I do as well. But on the way, can I pick up a new hat for Gideon?
Yeah, sure.
And
So, what did you have in mind?
I'm not going to be mean just because he's going through it. Although I did find a really funny hat just in general I'm going to share with you guys later. But I'll try to, like, to the best of my ability, just get the same hat that he had.
Okay. Something similar
Fits.
to that.
If possible, can I ask them to, like, embroider his birthmark on the inside?
Absolutely. So, for that special service, we'll make it a 3 gold piece hat.
Okay.
That's a fancy hat.
Was real not out there.
Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, when I go back to the inn, I'll try and find Gideon.
He will be there. He'll be so after the fire at Dingerhausen's, yeah, he would have stayed with you guys at where we were moved to. I'm sure DNR is taking care of Hildy just fine. So that's fine. I'll go visit her tomorrow. But yeah, he's just in his bunk, sort of just laying on the bed, staring at the ceiling.
I should also mention, for the 2 of you who got back to the inn before everyone else, there was a letter left for your group. Do either of you take it, or do you leave it for someone else to collect it?
Grab it, sure.
Right. So, in a similar fashion to how you'd been communicating with Janet, a letter is left for you, and when you open it up, it reads, where the hell did I put this thing?
It's a weird way to start a letter.
Yeah, that's right. So the letter reads, Seekers of Sicromund, we appreciate the service that you've provided to Valambridge, and as payment of those services, please proceed to the House of Law in the Scribe Hill district to collect, on Bach Day, the 24th of Elderfire at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Reeve Grand has asked to thank you personally. Signed, Captain Janet.
Bit of good news for us.
That's about time.
Yes. Innkeeper, would you mind just keeping this for when our friends come back? I have something I need to attend to in my room. I won't be available to show it to them myself.
Yes, absolutely. Let's see. You also had the taller lady, the tree person, and the child, right? Oh, and the Argan folk.
Their names are Nell, Azaria, Elwyn, who is not a child, and Abe.
What he said.
A lot of people come through. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
The important thing is, do not call Elwyn a child.
How should I address them? Just
should ask
as
them.
name.
Person, just use their name.
Are you insinuating children are people?
What are you insinuating? Take the
Down out,
letter.
Drac.
No.
Walk away.
Just ask Elwyn when she gets here. Gideon goes to
Okay.
his bunk.
Also, Nell, do you feel like you have a good sense of Gideon's taste?
No, I don't think so. After we got into that like mini argument about clothing, probably not. I just think like I just try to remember like what cute colors he normally wears, and that he likes ponchos.
Okay.
I
So-
just do my best to mimic like kind of what he had before, but I
Feel
think
free
like
to feel free to pick a color.
my personal like concept of fashion is non-existent. Like it's just kind of always been like kind of homespun stuff in the village, and like now I just have like my like paladin uniform, so I don't know. So I go with something that looks kind of like I would hate it, like pretty flashy, but I think Gideon might like it. So I asked him for more feathers than what he previously had too, and different colors of them. A lot more.
Okay. So I assume we're not going quite like a fascinator, but more like just a bit more flashy than before.
Yeah, it's still like a you had a cowboy hat, right? Before.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
so it's still
the
like
wide-brimmed
that.
hat.
Yeah, it's still that shape. I just asked him to maybe throw on a few more feathers.
All right. What color hat did you get him?
Oh no, it was brown, right? Before.
It
What
was
color?
It was like a dark brown or black.
What color poncho are you currently wearing?
Green.
Green. Do I know what? What would Nell think goes well with a green poncho?
What I was originally going to be getting at was based on your answer to whether you thought that you knew his fashion sense. I was just going to be like, Gideon, what kind of hat did she get you?
Oh,
Because in the end, he's the one that's got to wear it, right?
yeah. I honestly think like I would have done my best to just really have it look exactly like it did before. I think I was going to be more exciting with it before, and then I like didn't want to mess with it because I just kind of felt bad.
If you want to throw in another gold piece, we'll just say it almost looks exactly like the last hat with the addition of the extra feathers.
More feathers, yeah. Yes, I will add that.
Who's to say money can't buy identical hats? That's a classic phrase.
Yeah,
Yep.
for sure.
Yeah, we haven't made a
want-
quote in a while, haven't we?
No.
Oh god.
Mark it up.
Exclamation mark quote.
I kind of want like 5 feathers, all kind of like together on one side, like that, and then like
Ooh.
different, kind of like a little rainbow, sort of going back.
Oh, the quote that popped up.
Just making a note of the time of the hat description in the stream. Because at some point, art's going to need to happen. Okay.
Yay!
So, you get back to the inn, and the older lady behind the counter is like, "Oh, you're part of the group that Janet made arrangements for here, right?
Yes.
They left a letter for you. And same details. You are to be at the House of Law.
Can I look at this note? Does this match like the handwriting that we saw in previous notes?
Make an. Do you have proficiency with? You have proficiency with.
I have proficiency with calligraphy tools, so I know writing. I could argue.
Yeah. Okay. You can make an intelligence check with proficiency.
Okay. I don't know how to click that button. Oh, 25, and I didn't even add the proficiency.
Jeez.
28.
Critical 20?
This is in fact Captain Janet's writing.
Okay.
That would be a good way to lure us into a trap, is all I'm thinking.
Oh. I mean, did it have like a seal or anything on the back? Like anything official looking?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's clearly already been opened, but the seal is still like attached to the paper.
Does it look like?
Oh, you know,
Official
you had your other 2 friends came in and they opened the letter. I swear I didn't read your mail.
Oh, no. That wasn't at all what I was asking. I was kind of just talking to myself. Does this seal look like the seal that is used by the guards, or have we even seen that?
You haven't really been dealing with like official letters because you were trying to keep it undercover, so this is probably the first time you'll have seen like an official insignia.
Cool. I
So
mean,
how many days does that give us?
2 days. Yeah. Well, I guess technically because it's at 3, so like a day and a half, sort of. But
I think I only need 1 more day at the library.
I also think that's all I need as well. And then it's from then it's 2 days to Heroes Fest. So doing well.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, I turned to Abe. Didn't Marimus said that he was going to see you in a couple of days? Maybe this is what he was referring to.
Probably. I imagine he will be there if we are
Okay.
meeting the rave.
Oh, okay.
It seems like it's probably fine. I mean, Abe's on the inn now with Marimus, so he could always just bring the letter and just have him double check if we're concerned.
I think it all looks official.
Yeah, it does look okay.
Who'd have thought you just have to break into a high-ranking official's office in order to get in their good books?
It's the way I make all my friends.
This guy.
That's what I love about D&D, the
This kind of
realism.
shit always works for Abe.
Yeah. I'm very charming. Don't let
As
that
we've
charisma
seen.
score color it for you.
Yeah.
You've probably got one of the higher charisma scores in the party.
Really? What's your
Yep.
charisma?
It is.
He's got
11.
Oh, never mind.
Oh. Okay.
For some reason, I thought it was a 13.
Hmm. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry. Adam needs to have at least one stat that isn't really high. Thanks.
It's true.
Well. So,
Um,
yeah, you all show up back to the inn. You've got this letter. You've also got a hat.
Yes, I would like to just run up to Gideon's room. I'll just kind of knock on the door pretty gingerly.
Come in.
Could you actually be the one that opens it, please?
You hear a soft sigh.
Sorry, just
It's all right. He
to be safe.
walks over to the door, opens it a crack. How can I help you now?
I'm sorry. I'll leave you to it. I just
I
have
don't
something
mind
for
the
you.
company.
Oh,
It's
okay. I never
You okay?
noticed. Oh, I'm great. This is for you, and I just like shove the hat.
What? Oh. Thank you, now. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I just felt bad because that's the second article of clothing that I have ruined of yours. So
It's okay. I'm very thankful. Thank you. I'm glad you made it look like the previous one. It for the record, the previous hat, it was my older brother's. So I'm thankful that you made it look like the old one. Oh, I see you put a embroidery on the inside. That's very nice.
yeah, I am so sorry. I didn't know that.
It's not
Was-
your fault.
Was the poncho also?
No, that was mine.
Okay. Whew.
I'm still wearing it. Still got that R ripped in it. Tell you what,
Yeah.
that Raynard guy, he's gonna have some stern words with him if we ever meet him.
Yeah. Oh, a lot has happened. I haven't really told anyone this yet, but I actually kind of saw him again, sort of. I'll talk about it later. A lot's been going on, but
Okay.
I don't think he's kind of intentionally doing these things. I think it's just that he's providing the power. It comes out how it's going to. So
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I suppose I can't blame him either. Just,
would be easy though.
it'd be real easy, but
Yeah.
seems like nothing's easy these days.
No.
Well, thank you again for the hat. It genuinely made my night a little better.
Oh, I'm glad. She'll just give you like the world's most awkward hug, like.
He'll he'll reciprocate.
And then she'll go down the hall to her own room, which it takes her a long time to open the door too. A solid 5 minutes just being like, So
Yeah. Gideon goes over to the mirror, puts the hat on, tips it right, has a smile, cut away.
Drac, what did you get up to when you got back?
Drac goes back to his room and just kind of paces around for a little bit, and then he's just thinking of words to say in his prayer because he's feeling a little panicked, and then he just decides to just try to pray. Sets up his stuff, his holy symbol on the ground, draws some circles on the wood floor with his nails, totally scratching it up, has no regard for property. And he prays in Draconic. Vishtak, eternal beyond, life giver, upon whose heads the universe rests. I thank you for your guidance thus far on my journey. Doubt still swirls in my mind, despite the information I've been led to. Great news and greater revelations bear weight upon me. I have heard of a group returning from the east with a dragon. I have heard myth of their majesty. Baz was with them, and I ask you to protect him as he returns. I greatly wish to see my brother again. I'm asking again for guidance for myself. There is much I don't know, much I have learned about beings that existed long before your faithful, that may have come across your faithful, and I need you to guide me once again in my faith. All things be equal. Thank you.
The lightning outside cracks, and the pink sky of dusk has turned into a rainy night.
We'll go outside.
You step outside, and the rain is coming down, and in the first time since you've been in this city, the weather hasn't been sunny or clouded over. And from the earlier part of the day, most people might not have expected rain to come at all. This does seem out of the ordinary.
I'll lift my hand up and let the rain trickle down my arm. Okay. Thank you. I'll roar back to the sky and let a use of my thunder breath go thunder with this one. And just let a boom echo.
The next moment that lightning cracks and that thunder follows, you echo back to the sky. And as sky shouts to the ground shouts back. This concussive energy just shakes the air.
That calms Drac. And he will go back inside.
For the folks indoors, it has suddenly begun to rain, and some of you might have heard a sudden thunderous noise come from outside.
Drac pushes inside, just covered in water. Hi, friends. Welcome back.
You are soaked.
Yes. I was praying.
In the rain?
Yeah, he does that sometimes.
The Eternal's prayers are involved sometimes. But I
Okay.
feel better.
That's good.
Yes. How was the rest of your study, or did you just leave after?
Kind of just left. It was a long day, so.
Mm. Oh, did you get the letter?
Mhm.
Good. Pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just thinking that our coffers might be a little low.
Hmm.
I'm actually a little surprised that we're getting any reward, though. I was kind of
Yeah.
worried that, like, we kind of blew the reward on breaking and stealing what we thought was a diamond.
It
Well,
was worth it.
I think so.
Oh, thanks.
I would say any time, but let's not make a habit of this.
No.
For the sake of time, shall we say we hop to the next day, and those of you who would like to do your research continue to do so. We'll share, and then perhaps we'll jump to this meeting.
Yeah, let's do it.
Right.
There is
Just to
something I
say-
want to research that I didn't ask you about before.
I am willing to accept a challenge.
Oh no, I also have this.
Oh, all right. Hit me. I am ready. Where's my lightning button?
Let's go!
During this day, I would like to find books about awe. Not so much like traditional, like religious texts, although those might be useful, but maybe more into like what?
Actually, this does remind me. So sorry, you finish your thought, and then so I can think about that, but then also tell you something.
Ooh, like what? Like practitioners, like clerics and stuff, or maybe paladins that worship kind of their connection to magic.
Right. Okay. So, as I think about that while also dispensing information to you at the same time. So, Azaria,
Mhm.
it has been 4 days now after your resurrection. So, all of those minuses, they're gone. You're physically back to feeling somewhat like your old self. But this morning that you wake up, something within you doesn't feel as you always had. It's almost like a part of you is conflicting with itself now. Just a tiny piece. It might be connected to what has happened to you, but it's hard to say. A piece of your flaw is lifted, Azaria. Where the hell did I put my note on this? So you may choose one of the aspects of your flaw. Hell, where did I put this thing? Oh, I was so prepared for this toe. Crap. So, essentially what's going to be happening here is, since you've been resurrected, you are now allowed to multi-class into a spellcasting class moving forward, but only one level. Where is the other piece of this thing that I had? There we go. Okay. I found it. I found the thing. Okay. So yeah, you're now given the option to multi-class to a spellcaster class up to one level that you qualify for. What? The rest of the thing is not here. But yes, essentially, so you can choose one of the three you can either choose to have the 3 attunement slots back instead of the 2 you currently have with your flaw, or you can upgrade a portion of your flaw, where currently you can't cast higher than a cantrip, to you are now able to cast cantrip and first level spells.
Ooh, I think I'll take that one.
That's wild.
As it
Kill you
seems,
again.
Yeah, let's fucking do it.
as it seems, a part of you has somehow opened up and is receptive to the magic of the world.
Holy.
Well, this might change what level 6 ends up being.
But yeah, so asking me about and their relationship, clerics of that faith relationship to magic, it's quite similar to most clerics within the Ascendancy. They are, where with your religion skill as it is, you know that there is kind of this, as it seems to always come back to some sort of balance. There is awe, and there is Ao. This kind of chaotic life and organized death. With the fact that Awe is a bit more organized, clerics of that faith are a lot more common. And it seems that they are kind of guided to helping the process of bringing individuals to peaceful rest and helping their souls move on back to the River of Ao. But in a similar fashion to how most religious faiths in D&D tend to operate, those who tend to worship or follow the tenets of Awe in this instance better than others will tend to be gifted with these magical abilities to kind of lead others of the faith.
Cool.
While Logan is writing down that information, who would like to lead on with their research for this day? And then we'll just kind of go from them down and then back up to top wherever we start.
I could go.
Yeah, go for it.
Because I'm gonna ask you more questions as well.
Right.
I'm doing more research on gods and stuff today. I'm pulling out books. I'm looking at how different gods have raised to power and stuff. And just casually, super casually, like there's no reason any greater power should have to be watching me right now, because this is super casual. What if, like, we looked at the servants of the gods? Maybe that would be helpful. I'm gonna go pull some books on servants of the gods maybe we'll start with the Arquette. Look at the servants of the Arquette. Pull that book out. Flip through. Oh, we're in the U section. Is Walela in this book? Weird. I didn't even think. Is Walela in this book? I would like to do any research just about her vibe.
Go ahead and make a religion check for me as you search for this kind of
Super
information.
casually. Very casually.
Oh, I understand.
Oh, I would like to reroll it. I want to use my inspiration. I know you gave it to me for an important reason, but this is also important. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's a 15.
15, okay. So flipping through books on like the religion of the Arquette. And Azaria had told you this kind of previously as you had gone to kind of I guess go and acquire your gift that you currently have, that sphinxes are a common servant of this faith, at least within like the more celestial realms. With the 15, no specific names can be found really.
Okay.
This
Are
might
the
not be
Sphinxes cool?
Huh?
Are the Sphinxes cool?
According
Good
to
people?
according to the books you kind of find, they're very lawful, and like they do their job and they understand the importance of their job. And so they collect the information, but there's also an understanding of sometimes things are for the greater good. So there could be tragic stories tied in for the overall betterness of the universe or whatever. But they're not typically like deceitful creatures by nature.
Okay. Okay. Solid. Solid. That's about all. I'm not sure anyone cares about any of this godly research I'm doing either.
It's really interesting for the players.
Well,
I'll tell you all about it later.
yeah, it could be something we could talk in after party instead.
Mm-hmm.
And then we could say that you shared it somehow.
I'll share it if anyone cares, but yeah, it's fine. We can just go past it for now.
That was a very interesting question.
It's so casual. Got it. I cannot stress enough how casual it was.
I would like to emphasize how casual this was.
The way you said all of that just is so funny to me. Good job.
It was so casual. Malden's like, "What's she doing?"
no
you
one's
worthy?
paying attention.
You worthy
I
yet?
got it. It's fine.
You look like you're worthy.
Worthiesers.
No, I guess that'll bring us back down to Azaria. Was that the only thing you wanted to research that day?
Yeah, I think that was about it.
Okay. I also didn't make you roll for it because you got the sage background, and I know you're proficient with religion, right?
I'm proficient with every intelligence
That's kind of what I
skill.
thought. So it was like that in combination with the sage background. I'll just give you what you want.
Yeah, I'll just spend the rest of the day. Actually, there is something I want to do unrelated to research. I'll probably leave the library pretty quick. And I just want to get the materials, like just like enough stuff for a small blank book. So I can write in something that isn't my druidic text.
That sounds good. So you want a book. Dugga. So, I guess as you leave, Yulumfa will step in as the represent Didact for your group. Book.
Ooh.
Do you want like something soft-bound, hard-bound?
Soft, like something light. Doesn't even need to be very big, like a small little like.
Do you care if it's like its quality?
I guess because we're traveling, something that's like a little, like the cover needs to be a little sturdier, so it's not getting like waterlogged.
Right.
It's leather bound.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll call that. It's not a written in book, so this will be 2 gold pieces.
Cool.
I recently acquired a document that's just like everything you could possibly find in stores, and I'm like, oh, this is a lifesaver
I
finally.
think I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, you have to send that my
Yeah.
way, because that is the hardest thing to ever think up.
Right?
It was like, this amount, sure, go with that.
Yeah. Yeah. Now we just got to be consistent. Write that down.
Yeah.
By the way, today, like, Gideon won't be at the library at all, so I'll just say, like, he's going to DNR to buy those blessed bullets with the 15 gold that Drag gave him, because he hasn't done that yet.
Yes.
And he will spend the day taking care of and grooming Hildy. And, yeah, he'll spend his day at DNR.
Okay.
Spa day, woo.
So that's 15 gold pieces for 10 pistol bullets.
That is correct, ha.
Right. So Gideon did not research. Abe, are you researching at all? Or are you helping anybody?
I guess I'm just helping. I don't have
Okay.
any research, so I'm just reading. I found a good pulp romance.
Hmm.
What's it called?
Yeah, tell us the title.
Damn,
The
the ape
Big
of it all
Sleep.
was already taken.
Um,
Crowbar by night.
Mm.
That's pretty good.
Oh, that's good.
But night
Yeah.
is spelled like armored knight.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Very,
Yeah.
like
Who are the main
night-
characters? I don't need names. I'm kind of looking for like class and sort
Right.
of just
kind of like
Uh,
archetypes.
yeah,
like-
like what's
a noble Arturian knight,
mm.
and a elven dignitary from the
Ooh.
Wilder.
Ooh.
Wow.
Fictional about the Diarch Arturos.
Oh,
Like
wow.
a analogous, like based on real events.
Is that actually what happened?
I don't know.
Whoa.
That's so unhelpful.
Damn.
There'll be
Okay.
a detective noir about Miles Hume at some point.
So
Cool.
Crowbar by night.
Yeah.
Write it down, Denny.
It's canon.
Using a list of all the
Yeah.
books we come up with through this whole thing.
Please, you have to not write this book for us, right? So that we can
That's
all
how it
read
works.
That's our
Adam has
next
to
day
write
at the
this book.
library.
Yeah.
All
pick a
reading
book.
this
We could
book.
do a little book club.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Everybody
the
make
dream.
up a fictional book. Well, sorry,
Yeah.
grab a book from the library, this library that actually exists.
Yep.
Yeah. In our collective imaginations.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't get very far because I'm not very proficient in reading yet. And I'm just having a good time.
All right. Then Drac, did you do any more research today, or was that pretty much?
I think that's all the research I want to do, but I do have something that I'm not sure where the best place to go for this would be. But after seeing that letter and possibly the possibility of coin makes Drac want to do something with that bullet crown that he has.
Mhm.
And I think at first he would probably talk to like Yulumfa because she has all the answers, at least in his mind.
Yeah.
And just ask like, where would I go to have something made out of a semi-mythical creature or the remains of a semi-mythical creature, like armor or weapons?
I mean, you could probably, if you stop by DNR Solutions, they might be able to do something with it.
Oh, I know someone who works there or works with them. Anyway, thank you
Oh,
so
that-
much.
Well, that's convenient then.
All right, so I guess I'll go to DNR.
And there you'll
Walk
find
by-
Gideon Gray
Yeah.
taking care of his horse.
Oh, Gideon, Hello.
Hey, Drake.
How's Hildy doing?
Hildy's in good health.
That's good. I'm just going in to see if your friends here can do anything about this big prize that we took off of Silverclaw or Silvermaw.
Maybe they can. I mean, if they can't do anything with it fashioning-wise, they'll definitely buy it off you.
Yeah, we can't have that. Trophies, remember?
True.
I'll go inside.
True. We did do the trade-off. You do get to keep the crown. That's right.
You're right, I do.
That's right. Show all yours.
Yeah, I'll go in and see what they can do, if anything.
Okay.
You want me to tell you like what I'm thinking of?
Yes, please. That would be
Okay.
great.
So I'm thinking like either some bracers or some like hand-based weaponry, like knuckles or that kind of thing.
Ooh.
A guitar? I think it is.
Oh, like the blades that are on.
Yeah.
Yeah, those would be pretty cool.
Are we just gonna have a straight up Wolverine on the team?
I do have big bug claws too, or I have one big bug claw.
Oh damn.
I feel like that's be more like a short sword length. So I think for now I'll just stick with the crown.
Okay. This is the wrong document. Oh my god, where are the things?
There are the things indeed.
Oh, too many documents.
You don't have to do this right now if you don't want. We can move to something else. Just keep it in your mind.
Sure. Remind me. But yes, we will begin fashioning something with that in mind.
Nice.
So that leaves pretty much just Abe, Nell, and Elwyn in the library, and we're back at Nell.
Cool. After a few hours, I'll come over with like a journal from the library in my hands, my own notes, and just like a bunch of other papers, and I'll just like sit down next to Abe and just kind of and then tap you on the shoulder.
He hastily
Abe.
closes the book.
Argonfolk could blush.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't find everything I was looking for, but I found some pretty interesting stuff. So, you ready?
Probably.
Okay. I found Arthur Pendrack's journal. Or I guess one of them, but it seems like perhaps the only one.
Right.
He was the researcher from Brolbar who has made contact with each
With
of the,
Valen, yes.
but not just Valen, but all of the paths.
Yes.
Yeah. So I learned some interesting stuff. A lot of what he mentioned about Valen we kind of already knew. And he has a lot about the other path, we were just talking about this yesterday, the path of the Eternal Challenger. He doesn't specify specifically where it is, give a bit of a description. They sound honestly hardcore. If I'm being honest, he says that it's like also kind of in a mountain area, so similar to Dunant Mountains, but I guess then it was like mountains to underground, but this one's just like a ravine kind of, and there's like a big arena in the center where I think they all kind of fight each other, but it's made out of dragon bones, and the leader, at least when he wrote this, do I know, by the way, Danny, when this was written? Like, do I get any sort of sense of that?
Valen told us that Pendrack was there 25 years ago.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, so roughly around.
I don't know when it was written, though.
Yeah, I don't know, like what stopped. Oh, actually, I guess I do. Valen was second, I think.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah. So okay. So yeah, roughly around that time, maybe like a little bit, like a year after or so, depending on how long he takes to write. I don't know. But yeah, so the leader is a Goliath woman named Undra.
When you say that, which you've seen before, Abe,
almost says it with you, like involuntarily.
You know her? That brought back something.
I know her now, at least as a shadow.
Okay.
I'm not sure if she's alive or dead, though.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know. But still. Yeah, it just talks a lot about like it's kind of like a group of people that fight each other a bunch just to prove their worth to Malden in that way. But she had a lot to say about various things about the faith and you specifically, or who you were. Let me just dig through this real fast.
Take your time.
He kind of
Sure.
puts a paper over the book that he was reading.
I think I saw, but I don't say anything because I just think it's fun. I actually make a note. I'm like, oh, maybe I'll read it later when I'm not busy. Okay, so the main thing I got from it, sorry, you clearly knew how to say it, was Undra or Undra? Undra, okay, great. She said, like, they talk a bit about like who the chosen was and stuff, and that they have a mark, but she refuses to describe it for him because apparently it's just something that the worthy will know when they see it. But it's like apparently like in certain caves and like depicted in other places, although I don't think ever saw it. But we've seen it, right?
Yes. I don't know that you're supposed to.
Okay, well, don't tell Malden, please, just in case. And then she talks a lot kind of about like Malden's realm and like what it means to like her path as well. Out of character, I don't really know how much of this you want me to just say back to you, Adam, because you wrote it. So
It's up to you. The audience doesn't know, so
yeah, that's
whatever
true.
you want to share, whatever
Cool.
you think Nell would be excited about.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So something I think I'll just like do this if I'm getting you to clarify. Okay. So she said that Malden doesn't really ever communicate in words, but more so in visions and dreams, which you kind of mentioned that's been the case for you too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm like making a note of that because to me that seems interesting. AKA my bird theory. Okay. So then it talks about how people get there and it's you. We already knew that. Okay. So you're known by different names to these disciples, basically, right? Which is where my original confusion was way back in the day when we first learned about the beast. Because they know you as it, but it's also not you because it was someone else, but now they're in you a little bit, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the same for the three of them. There is a fourth one, but it seems that if perhaps I were to say it out loud, something bad would happen because that happened twice to Pendrak. So the first time, she, like, Undra told him what it was, and a bolt of lightning struck the arena and destroyed one of the dragon bones of the cage. And then he was told to not speak of it again and then asked to leave. And then when he was visiting Valen, he chose not to bring it up just to be safe. After like he and Valen talked a little bit, he mentioned it at the end. And then an earthquake happened, although minor. And then he was again asked to leave. So I just like, do you know what I'm talking about? Or should I like write it down, the name?
I think the one who was in control the other night.
When you had your vision?
When we were fighting
Oh.
when Rhea died.
Right.
I think that is who they are speaking of.
Okay. Do you know why just the mention of the title would have such an effect?
Not yet.
Okay. I'm going to assume then, to err on the side of caution, we shouldn't.
No, I have already done enough property damage here.
That's true. Okay. So I'll just write it down, and I hope that that doesn't do anything. I do it really fast. Okay, we're good.
It seems, writing it down doesn't seem to elicit the response.
I got really caught up there, but in retrospect, he wrote it down because I'm reading it, so clearly it was fine. I'm a bit in a tizzy right now. Okay. Yeah. So the third one is the most interesting and perhaps the most infuriating at the same time, because this one doesn't have a location specifically because it's the endless wanderer, right? So they aren't all in one place because that wouldn't make any sense. So he managed to find someone in a tavern roll bar who was part of that path. It was an old orc, a soldier. And he told him a little bit of like their path. Okay, wait, I'm just reading in real time what I'm trying to say out loud. Okay, apparently he had a vision of an iron statue that had the mark on it. And that he had the sense that his time was ending and he needed to find this statue. And I guess he was an Arturian knight. So that's interesting. He doesn't specify where he was going, though. He was just coming to Brulbar to find a teacher. So I don't think that means the statue is in Brulbar. So that's really unhelpful. So there's a statue somewhere that could be something.
And the statue, no.
Well, yeah, obviously.
I'm sorry, wasn't trying to be rude.
No, that makes sense. There's a lot of information, and
No, yes, my coloring is similar to iron.
Right. Yeah, I guess if they didn't know what you were, okay, yep, never mind. Okay. Anyways, so for him at least, he had a tattoo that was like, seems like kind of one of the core things for this path, which was glory wherever it may hide. So yeah, just kind of wandering around fighting people. Apparently he lost sometimes too, so I guess that isn't something that like they hold against themselves. And it's no, it doesn't matter if they lose.
It's about learning and growing, even when you fail.
Okay, and then this is interesting because Pentrak asks him if he knew of the Endless Water, and he said that he would like to, because he had seen him in visions, but never had a chance to swap stories. The other day you said you knew who it was, though, or you at least knew that it was someone distinct, right?
Yes. Each of the paths that is not the path of the chosen was an individual. My guess is in this context, he meant meeting the chosen. As the worthy of the faith see the chosen as
right. Oh my God.
what
Sorry.
they have aspired to become.
Right. That makes more sense. Wait, no, I was right. Never mind. He was talking about you and that, but there is someone that you fought, and that is what names the path. So I wasn't wrong on that. Abe, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm getting a little bit twisted up here.
We can always revisit this.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Like everything that we've researched, it's like there's information, but still like not quite enough, because I had other things that I was trying to find out and he didn't write them down. So I think I think we'll hopefully, if possible, find him in Roll Bar or somewhere, and I'm just gonna talk his ear off.
What other things were you looking for, if you don't mind me asking?
Where your body might be,
Right. I asked you to do that.
and also if like you think the Chosen had any sort of role to play in what happened in the Desolation.
Right.
Yeah. I did find one other thing though that you asked me to look up, the location that you had from that vision back in I think it was in the Dunan Mountains.
Yes.
I think I found it.
Really?
Yeah. I used some of like my old like survival training from home and like kind of mapped it out. So
You should be able to see that in Roll20 now.
Oh.
Can we see it?
I'm assuming you can't if you're asking me that question.
Yep. I can see it there, though.
Well, I guess there's no harm in making it available to all of you.
not like a big CR would tell you anyways, because I'm excited. But.
I have my suspicions.
Yeah, so I think it's the Tempest Expanse is the only place that meets all the specifications. So, whoa.
In one of the directions we are not going, of course.
Yeah, I thought of that too.
Well, if my old body is as old as I think it is, then a few more 10 days won't mind too much.
Do you think that your weapon is with your body, or are they separate?
I assume that it would be with my body, unless it was stolen.
Yeah.
But I have no idea if I am in some sort of tomb or in the bottom of the lake.
Is it something that you think, like, once you see yourself, you'll know?
I think so. I think I was very distinct in my appearance.
In what way, though, do you mean?
I was a somewhat mutated undead abomination.
Sorry?
Perhaps not undead, I don't know.
Okay. See, the thing is, Abe, you simply have not mentioned this to us before.
Well, I was telling you about my hand.
Yeah. But I should have just pieced that together, I guess. That's on me.
My body changed over time. I believe from the necrotic energy used to accomplish whatever it is that I actually do. And so I think the excess of that energy mutated me.
Okay. All right, just throwing everything at the wall that we can. Your old body wasn't a lumberite, was it?
No, I think I started looking similar to Gideon, maybe. I'm not sure, though. In the sense of maybe human, it's hard to tell.
Okay. All right, well, sorry, this wasn't necessarily the most helpful.
We're just trying to find answers. Anything is helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you for looking into all of that.
Of course.
as a consolation, I've rather enjoyed this book.
Oh yeah, what's it
you're-
about?
It's a romance.
Oh,
A bit on the nose, but
you like your romances more refined.
I don't know. I haven't read a refined romance. It just felt very blatant to me.
That didn't strike me as your genre, but I'll check it out.
I'm only a few chapters in.
Yeah, typically with those, the steamy stuff comes in around like chapter 5 or 6. So,
There's steam has happened already.
oh,
So.
great. Well, I'll leave you to it. So,
He gets the book, runs over, puts it on the shelf, and leaves.
I of course immediately go over and take it down. Just flip through.
Holy crud. Amazing.
Top quality content.
So, well, everybody's kind of scattered throughout the city, and the library seems to be almost, or you guys seem to almost be finished with the library. So, are there any final bits? Yeah, Christy?
While we're still in the library, I do want to talk to Alumpha super quick.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So once I've like gathered all my notes and everything, I'll get up to leave and just say, thank you so much for facilitating us these past few days. It perhaps gave us more questions than answers, but I think that's just the way of things. But we really appreciate your time.
Well, dearie, I gotta say, I really have appreciated what you did for us here as well. And, come closer. So, as she kind of beckons you in. So I just also wanted to let you all know that the aftermath of what happened in the library there had indeed been something that was taken from the special reserves. Turned out some arcane research notes on subjects of salamancy was taken.
Which is, sorry, what?
Illegal soul magic.
Yep. Crap. Okay. Cool. Would it have been like a how-to guide sort of situation? Just curious.
I don't know if it would have been much of a how-to as more of a theories and. But
Okay.
I mean, if somebody's smart enough, they very well could become a how-to.
Wonderful. Well, thanks for telling us. That sucks.
Well, I suppose that's the correct response, yes. But thankfully, not a whole lot was looted from the special reserve, so.
Yeah. Well, speaking of magic that I don't really understand, I actually had something I wanted to ask you, which is I wanted to know how Papar came to be. We didn't really get a whole lot of chance in that fight with the ghosts to talk to him afterwards because it felt pretty dramatic, but
Well, he's automaton's not quite the word. He's a construct. You see, well, I created the body and applied the magic inks, and he's covered in runes and special arcane words and such. And I was given assistance from a artificer from Brulbar to help give him the spark.
so how long has
Go ahead.
how long have you guys been together? Or how long has he been with you, I guess?
Oh, about 4 years now. love of my life, that little dragon.
Yeah, he's really something special. I don't know, he's charming, and it made me really happy to see him and you guys together, so.
It means the world to me that you saved him, so thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Happy Heroes Fest.
To you as well. Hopefully, it's a good one.
It is.
Cool. Well, I would die for this woman and her little dragon, so thanks for that, Teni.
Anything from anybody else? All right. So we'll cycle to the next day. You all get rested. You all accomplish the business you want to get done. Drac has inquired about fashioning the bone of a monster into something, which we will determine at some point. And the next day rolls around. Anything you guys wanted to do in the morning before you head to the House of Law? Very well.
No.
So
Gideon will be sporting his new hat, though.
So, you all leave in the morning. Well, I guess you leave shortly before you gotta be there, I guess. How much time did you want to give yourselves?
Where is the House of Law?
So it's in the Scribe Hill district. So if you come up from around the south side, switch in maps and bringing up maps. Where did that map go? There it is.
I feel like we've traveled the city enough that we kind of
Yeah.
know how much time it takes to get from one
Yeah,
place to another,
like-
right?
More, I guess I'm more asking like how early do you want to be?
A little early. Not like
5 minutes
ridiculous.
early.
15
minutes early.
15 minutes.
15.
Let's say 10. It's a nice middle
All
ground.
right,
Okay.
we can do 10. Compromise.
15, just like in my real life. Long enough to panic that perhaps you got the time and date wrong, and that you're
And
not
the
supposed to be there. Yeah,
That's
literally
panic.
me. Anytime I'm first for any like social situation, I'm like, this is the wrong time.
Yeah.
There.
Absolutely. So, you all begin making your way through the fancy Scribe Hill district, which itself is also getting very festive, very decorative. Though it's still not going to see as much traffic as the Busker Valley. There are people out here playing instruments along the side of the streets, though they're not really busking out here. They're more of a just kind of displaying their skills. There's a bit more of a, well, I suppose less of a need to ask for coin from these citizens, you feel. And again, that as you're walking past the Arkanette too, that same guy who was yelling like the ascendancy is rubbish and Parsival has gone missing, who has done so much for the lower class in Appletown. Like, what have they done with him? And you guys keep on going. And the House of Law is in the northern part of the Scribe Hill district, which the closest you would come to was going to see the Golden Lion? So just a little bit past that, there are more geometric buildings, I suppose, with columns and kind of that Roman Greek kind of aesthetic. And as you guys approach this place, it seems like business of the day is beginning to wind down. So people in fancier suits are exiting the building in noble attire, and there's these huge grand wooden doors that are just kind of propped open for anyone to come in and out. Assuming you all enter into the building, you're greeted with an antechamber and a receptionist. Hi there, how can I help you today?
We're here to meet the Reeve. I just showed the note.
She takes the note from your hands, and it's this middle-aged woman. She's like rather pale, got this like straight black hair, and very small, or like half moon, like spectacles. And she just like brings them closer to her eyes as she reads the note. Signed by Captain Jennett, very well. If for your instructions, if you're heading to see the Reeve, you're going to go through the portals behind me here into the next room, take the stairs up on the left, and she gives you a series of instructions that'll twists and turns through this maze of law.
So orderly.
After the recent strand of everything, isn't it lovely? And she goes back to paperwork on her desk and just begins signing papers out and like moving papers along.
So I'll just start following those instructions.
So going
Like
through the
any doors are open on the way, I just want to like try and peer in on like what's going on.
So immediately going like past this antechamber into the next room, like there's no doors into the next room. You are just straight up in like this grand courtroom. And it seems there are like a few like politician-like folks just kind of standing around, like court's not in session by any means. There's just kind of people, conversations at the end of the workday. And there are stairs on either side of this room that lead up to higher floors that overlook into this courtyard or this courtroom as well. Like this could be a place where grand cases might be spectated even. But you take the stairs up as per the
I
direction.
turned to the rest of the group and I was like, are we a grand case?
I have not felt good about this from the beginning. I continue to not feel good about this.
Let's go get our reward. Of some
Jail time.
manacles.
Yeah, so you make your way up the stairs, and this building is a lot of like very finely carved wood, white stone and marble floors. Like it is very decadent, as you might kind of expect of like places of law. Even thinking back to Balesville, like the whole place was like alabaster, but mostly stone, just kind of named after alabaster. But yeah, heading to the room where you had given directions, standing outside the doors, staring at them, is Captain Jennett. Just waiting outside the door, like to go inside, and hears you all approaching. Well, you've made it.
Captain Jennett.
And how are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. How are you recovering?
Great. Yeah.
Excellent. Good to hear that. And Abe, you made your meeting?
I did, yes. Thank you.
Good. Well, that means we have no further action to take upon you, so that is a relief.
For both of us.
Indeed. And seriously, thank you all again.
Anytime.
Looking good.
Well, I'm surprised to hear you of all of them say that. But
Well, maybe not the dying part for them.
Yeah.
I might consider you a real patriot, dying for your empire. But in any moment, these doors will open and we'll be admitted inside, so...
I noticed
Just a
you're
couple-
staring at them. Will that help?
No, it doesn't help. I just have a schedule, so...
It was a joke, Captain Jennett.
I take those well.
I can
Hopefully your paperwork has decreased as things have calmed down in the city.
I've gotten a little bit more sleep, so I do have you to thank for that. And just as she's finishing her sentence there, these huge wooden doors open up. Ah, well, after you.
I'll go on in.
So you step into a very nice room. It's this like a half circle shaped room with windows all along the wall. So there's just lots of natural light pouring into this room. And there is a desk situated in the middle of the room and quite a few elegant chairs. Abe, in comparison to how Maramis's office had been, where it was just kind of filled with clutter and knickknacks, this room is very like prim, proper, and each thing is put there with purpose. In some of the spots where there are walls, like on either side of the wall you just come through, there are portraits of prominent-looking people, and in one of the chairs ahead of you is Shandier Maramis, and past the table is a woman with her back turned to you. And as you enter, she turns around, and she's a taller woman, probably about 6 foot tall, with sharp facial features and short, wavy auburn hair that's parted at the side and comes over one of her caramel-colored eyes. You notice near the part in her hair that there is a small devilish horn that kind of keeps the hair pushed back. It's the same tone as her skin, which itself is a bit of a peach color. She's part tiefling, but it's not prominent. She otherwise dresses in a fancy navy-colored suit jacket with a small fur fringe and trousers of a matching navy blue. She comes across as very respectable. And Captain Janet kind of steps past you all. Seekers of Sicromund, I would like to introduce you to the Reeve of Valambridge, Astrid Grand. And the Reeve bows to you.
Bow back.
Yep, return the gesture.
Return.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, please, have a seat.
Knock myself down.
And there are enough chairs to accommodate the lot of you. A few of you might have to sit on like a rather like a bench, but it's still like cushioned and almost like a small couch, actually.
Gideon takes a bench.
I'll sit the bunch too.
So, I'm told that the allowance of Heroes Fest to go on is cause of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, we did have quite the funding to try and alleviate these issues that were leading to the possible cancellation of this. So, Captain Janet and I have... It's also been told that there were some costs that needed to be covered, but you will receive compensation here today. And Captain Janet pulls out this like scroll that she's got, and she says, so for the damages of the safe, we've deducted 100 gold pieces. For the damage to the door of the Chandier's office, and Maramis in his chair just kind of like waves like a small, like high kind of wave. So for the damage to the door, it's 2,500 silver pieces have been deducted. And for the damage to the Chandier's window, another 200 silver pieces have been deducted. The damages to the Dinger Hassen's Inn, we are deducting 100 gold pieces. With that being said, you will still be leaving with quite the nice paycheck. And she hands you this pouch. It doesn't look terribly big.
Like, look in the pouch.
Look like very much.
Inside the pouch appears to be more spacious than the outside.
Hmm.
For the sake of ease of dividing this, well, I should tell you firstly, this is, of course, a bag of holding.
Yeah,
That's what's
baby.
up.
Inside, you will find
Now we're playing D&D.
120 platinum pieces, 2,400 gold pieces, and 300 silver pieces.
Oh, baby.
Oh man,
I've also
that's
done
more
the
money
math
than
for
I've
you.
ever seen in my
Wait,
entire life.
say the numbers again because I want to write them down.
I just want to hear them again.
I was going to say, I've already done the division if you guys just want me.
Say it again for us, Denny, please. We're so poor. Please say it again.
Lower your voice a little and like put some spice on it, Denny.
Yeah.
Put some smooth jazz on while you do it.
Oh, yeah. Are you ready for 120 platinum pieces hour?
No.
So 120 platinum pieces, 2,400 gold pieces, and 300 silver pieces.
Okay, so that's 20
nice.
platinum each. That's
He's already done
He's
the
already
math.
divided it.
Tell
400
us what
gold
it is.
pieces each,
Woo.
and 50 silver pieces each.
sorry. I just wanted to flex my quick math.
Oh,
I'll give you one of those multiplication tables later, right?
Oh,
Wait, how much silver was it?
300 silver. Oh, so 50 silver each.
And it's 20 platinum.
20
Yes,
platinum,
each.
400 gold, 50 silver.
This
Sheesh.
is
Good.
insane.
Loaded.
Good
In-
lord.
Inside the bag as well, there are 2 vials. One is less of a vial and more of a beaker. There is a potion of healing and a potion of superior healing.
ooh.
Yay, we can use the dice.
I honestly think that, like, I mean, Nell's skin is already like a pale gray, but she blanches like fully. She's like, thank you for your generosity. It's very kind.
You said a potion of healing and a potion of superior healing?
Yes.
Whoa, what?
That is a lot of gold.
That one?
And oh, the potion.
Potions.
And the Reeve follows up after you guys kind of like look in the bag and figure out all what's in there. Yes, so that was the funding from the city's end for security and ensuring that this got dealt with. And there was, unfortunately, we didn't have enough guard to actually make the funding spreadable enough. So we're happy to give this to you, considering that you are truly heroes in time for Heroes Fest.
Thank you.
Do we have to stand on
Thank
the
you.
stage?
No, well, you don't have to stand on a stage unless you
Oh,
want
thank
to.
goodness.
I would be very happy to invite you up.
We should stand on the stage.
Yeah, I told you I'll do it. I'll take all the credit
Yeah.
if you guys want.
I'm with Gideon on
What if
this.
some of us stand on the stage?
Yeah.
Is that a great idea? We have enemies out there.
That is true.
If that is of concern, I would highly advise you not to. But hopefully they're not in the city anymore.
On
Janet,
second
have
thought, yeah, I shouldn't be on the stage.
Janet, have you informed this Reeve of everything that happened?
Yes, I have been informed of most of the activity. In fact, I probably have some updates for you. And she turns to Janet, if you don't mind me taking over. And Astrid continues. So there had been that fire a few nights ago at Cynric Montaigne's mansion on his property. The Malege have made their way into the city now and have gone and investigated and put out the fire. And it had turned out that an unidentified body had been found amongst the burning of the house, in addition to many more persons in the basement of the place. But we do suspect that the person who had burned in the main portion of the house was Cynric himself. Parsifal is still at large. Unfortunately, there is not many pieces of evidence that tie back to him, with the exception of the suspicious activity of insurance added to damages to his own property or business, wine that had been dispatched to businesses within and yet had been damaged. So there are things that do make him look suspicious, but we don't have anything to tie him down. Also, his location. but he is a person of interest at the moment.
Plenty of witnesses.
Mhm.
So I'm not a lawman by any means, but person of interest. What does that necessarily entail?
A person of interest is typically someone who is connected with a crime or some sort of bad scenario, in which case we would want to question them.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Of course. But yes, so that's the current situation with the scenario you would all dealt with. In terms of the gang activity, it seems to have died down considerably in each of the districts. So thank you again. And I do have a personal thanks I would like to give as well. And from behind the desk, Astrid pulls up this almost steampunk-like suitcase type thing and puts it on top of the desk. Now, before I get to this, Maramus, do you want to do yours first? And the halfling hops off his chair and pulls out a pouch, and he's like, "Oh, I very well could. I'd been informed about the ghosts situation, and had been told that you had to use your payment to deal with some of the repercussions of that. So I wanted to give you something from my own personal collection to kind of atone for a job not really paid for, considered to the hazards of the work." So from this bag he's got, he pulls out this small pearl. This, if any of you are familiar with magical items and such, this is what's known as a pearl of power. So, I will gift this to you, and he hands it to Drac.
Thank you. We will decide who best to carry this. Thank you very much.
Very well. I was told you were the cleric of the group, but you weren't too confident going in, so hopefully that will add some charm to you, if you decide to keep it.
Thank you. I'm still learning, but appreciate the vote of confidence.
Furthermore, I was told with the situation that there was a couple of you who were less prepared for fighting the undead. So, unfortunately, I don't have this on me yet. But from that same pouch, he pulls out what looks like kind of like a coupon. And who amongst you is the gunslinger?
That'd be me.
Well, here you go, my boy. And he hands you this ticket, and it says, "Ticket of exchange. Eckhart, upgrade firearm." So, if the Eckhart is a contact of mine, an artificer fellow in Brul Bar. If you take this to him, just let him know which of your firearms you wish to upgrade, and he will make it suitable for combating any such creatures again.
Oh, thank you very much.
I'm
Wow.
I'm only sorry that I wasn't able to do that here, but that's not of my talent.
That's okay. Yeah, we'll be sure to stop by Bar at some point.
Well, that's all I have, Astrid. If you want to do your thing. And he goes back and sits on the chair, and Astrid pops open this case, and like with a hiss, like if there's like a hydraulics inside this thing, or a pneumatic almost opening, the case just begins opening up. And there's a bit of a glow as it does.
Okay, that's real cool. That is a cool suitcase.
I want one.
And Astrid pulls out it's this white and gold heavy crossbow, but it doesn't have a string across it. It's mostly metal components, and it looks very not a natural weapon. Like it's something magical. Oh, sorry. Did I say it didn't have a string? It still does have a string. My apologies. It's not quite that high tech. But there is like elements of it that like glow, and it looks incredibly fancy. And Astrid says, and I've also been told that there is a bow user among you. This is from my personal collection as well. If you come across ghosts again, this should very much help you with this.
Thank you.
You may keep the case as well if you like.
Yeah.
Real gift.
Could I use that sometimes? I just want. All right.
Looking at the case, it's kind of like a guitar case, you know, where it's like the fluffy padding inside, but also it's like got the recess of where that specific thing fits.
Nice.
Nice. Well, thank you.
So, Azaria, I'm going to unlock for you something called the Storm Bow.
The storm bow. That sounds badass.
Sounds
Where
sick.
are you?
Oh my god, this is all so cool.
Okay, so that should appear in the handouts for you, Azaria.
Yes.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, so they pass this money, they pass these items over to you guys. Sincerely, from the bottom of our hearts, like, it means a lot to us and to the citizens of Valambridge that Heroes Fest is going to be able to go on. So, we appreciate this immensely. You have no idea what you have done for the city.
Thank you for trusting us to do it. Definitely thought that might have been a mistake at certain moments, but I'm glad that it turned out not to be. Thank you. This is all incredibly generous.
Well, you have friends in high places now, so be sure to not do anything too crazy.
Oh, I'm just gonna lean over to Elowen. How many names can you have in your book?
3.
Okay, never mind. I just wasn't sure if it'd be useful to like have names in different places, but don't worry about it.
Certainly. I'm not sure they care to be connected to me in that way.
Okay, yeah, fair. Sure, never mind.
But hopefully you enjoy your stay while you're in Valambridge. It's, you know what? And Astrid goes behind the desk and pulls out a few of these like metal, slightly bigger than a coin, and hands one of them to each of you. If you show these off, you will likely get some preferential treatment, at least during the week of Heroes Fest. So, maybe get yourself a few free drinks.
Cool.
Honorary heroes.
Don't mind if I do.
I'll raise my token to cheers with Gideon.
I clink it with his.
And should the Ascendancy need, hopefully we can call upon you again, but hopefully it should also not be too intrusive.
We will help if we can, I'm sure.
Things are stirring, so who knows what lies ahead. But, if you do not mind, that's about the pomp and circumstance for today's meeting, so go out and enjoy yourselves, and thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Astrid looks to both Maramis and Captain Jennet and kind of nods them off. And the two of them accompany you all out the door. And kind of as that suitcase had automatically opened, those doors automatically shut behind you.
As we're walking out, can I kind of scoot up to Maramus a bit?
Mm-hmm.
Maramus. Chandier Maramus.
Yes, Abe.
Do you think my crystal, my soul shard, could be repaired through magic?
I mean, there's something more to look forward to look into. But I mean, depending on the magical will of one's individual, possibly there might be some arcane equations we might be able to spin, but it very well could be possible.
I'm more thinking of after the events in the library, I had been aged, and I was de-aged through divine magic. Do you think something more potent could reverse the damage to the crystal? The soul shard?
Would that... Do you mean to say an almost... isolated zone of time reversal?
Not necessarily. More, the magic used restored me to my current age. Could it heal the crystal? Or
I'm not sure I understand. Are you and the crystal not one and the same?
I don't know. I had never thought of that.
Well, perhaps that is something to consider before you try and fix it. Are you able to fix it? Because you might be thinking of it as something that is not you, where very well it might be you. Would be to fix it ultimately change who you are?
You continue to impress, Chandier Maramus.
I don't know what I have done. I merely just keep asking questions, but that's how I got into this role anyway, so...
The questions are making me think a lot.
The
It's
questions
exhausting.
The questions leading up to this have mostly been, how did I get here? But, you know, it keeps sending me up and up, so...
I valued our short time together, Maramus.
Oh, it was longer than you remember. I appreciated it as well.
Thank you.
And you all continue your way out of the House of Law. And as you're on your way out, there are even less people remaining in this building. And you make your way back out into the city. You've gotten your riches. You've gotten a lot more knowledge. How are y'all feeling?
Oh, so good.
Yeah, I think Nell's fully in shock. It's just like she's never in her life seen that much money before, or like those kind of items or anything. She's stoked about the bag of holding. She's kind of like holding on to it, being like, "Does anyone mind if I carry this?"
I think it suits you now.
All yours.
I do need to take out my share and put it into my chest.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, we can divvy this up later. Yes. Go back to the inn.
I think I urgently should go and buy some armor. Just after everything that happened, now that I have some money, don't want to end up in a ditch again.
I know a talented smith.
Oh.
He is the one who traded me this axe and sold me the shield.
Well, I'd gladly be introduced to him.
To Steven!
Steven!
Steven
Hello,
Tobrax.
Woohoo!
Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go there too. I need studded leather.
Well, I guess his name is Steve. I just assumed it was Steven, but
Sure, it's short for Steven. You guys made up the name, so we might as well make up the full name.
there you go.
As we're walking, can I kind of scoot back to where Elwyn is walking?
Mhm.
Elwyn,
Yes.
this pearl, it's a fascinating item. I've noticed your magic is very explosive, but limited in how often you can use it. I think perhaps it would be best if you held on to this.
Oh, interesting.
I
mean-
It is better in a way for me to hold on to it just so I can use more healing spells, but
Honestly,
I-
Track, I think it might be better for you. In the case of something like Azaria again, you're right, my magic is explosive, but I can do enough without casting large magics. And it comes back to me quickly. I think you might be the better person to hold on to it.
well, perhaps we could share it from time to time.
That's true, yes.
All right.
Use
I will
it
hold
to,
on to it for now.
keep me alive.
I
That'll
will.
be worth it.
I promise to do just that, my friend.
All right. So you guys are going about shopping. You're going to collect your things. So yeah, just let me know what you want to buy. We're going to begin winding down and wrapping this up here today.
I have absolutely no idea, so I'm going to think about it over the break.
Sure.
Because what I wanted to buy was a bag holding, so did it.
Well, dang it. I should have just gave you a bunch of potato sacks and just been like, go
Nope.
buy a bag of holding.
Nope, that
Just
was
so I
my
can fold it.
that was my Christmas gift. You can't take it back.
Yeah, I want to see if I can get some medium armor made. Whatever, like the best thing I can get that doesn't give me disadvantage on stealth.
The best thing that wouldn't give disadvantage on stealth. Just pull up my phone here. Because I've got D&D Beyond on my phone. Not sponsored.
Sponsor us.
Plus.
Not sponsored yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hit us up.
Oh, God. Well, that's not helping at all. Okay.
To hide.
Okay. How much does studded leather cost?
A studded leather. Let's see here. You'd be looking at like 45 gold pieces.
Easy money. I'll drop 4 platinum and 5 gold.
Excellent, sir. Reduce that from your character sheet.
It has been done.
Guess I should add the coin to
Splendid.
my sheet.
So the best Logan medium armor that you could get without the stealth disadvantage would be a breastplate.
Cool.
And for that, you'd be looking at 400 gold pieces.
I'll have to think about this, friend. Yeah, I'm gonna try and barter with him. I'm gonna be like, can you lower that? I'll flash this little hero badge.
Hey.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Yeah. 13! It was a 1.
Yeah, the
Got
other.
a 13.
Would you like to use your friggin'
My inspiration?
Yeah.
No, I add so little that it's statistically more likely I'll roll lower than a 13.
I'm really appreciative of whatever it is you've done for the city to get that, but I gotta keep a living.
That's fair. Maybe I'll come back.
Oh.
Just got 400 gold. This is the most money I've ever held. Not sure if I'm ready to part with it.
I mean, if you're looking for something a little not as protective, but still kind of on your parameter, I've got a chain shirt for you'd be looking at 50 gold pieces.
How much does a chain shirt add?
That adds 13 plus dex modifier plus maximum 2.
It's only a +1 to what I currently have. Yeah, I'll think about it.
All right.
Maybe I just go with like studded leather or something and just work on getting more dexterous in my life.
Yeah, well, I'll be here if you want it.
How much does a scimitar cost?
Scimitar 25 gold pieces.
If I'm okay. Can I flavor it at least?
Yeah.
Cool. So Gideon has one
Wow.
scimitar, and we'll say this sword he buys is like it's more like Kopesh shaped. I don't know if you know what a
Oh.
Kopesh looks like. But yeah, so he has a scimitar / and Kopesh. So he's got two kinds of swords now.
That's a sword that like goes up and then like curves.
Hooks out. Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh.
The Egyptian sword.
Yeah.
Welcome to Steven's
Fancy.
Exotic Weapons.
Yeah, for real. Man's got dragon glass.
I'll request it.
Kopesh.
I'll do it.
I'm a collector.
Steven, I need your services. All right, so 2 platinum and... You know what? I'll tip Steven. Steven's earned. I'll tip him another platinum. There you go.
Well,
Did
platinum?
you just say you tipped him a platinum?
Well, because I tipped him 5 gold, basically.
Oh.
Because it was 25 gold, so 3 platinum
Okay.
equals 5 gold.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Still, though, 5 gold. That's like,
Steven, you've earned it, buddy.
that's big.
All he did was have this in stock.
Yeah.
Well, no, he
Before
got you
heading
the
out-
axe, and he's a nice guy. And
Yeah.
Gideon also understands the merchant life, so... You know.
Before heading out, I will buy that studded leather armor.
Okay, so you'll be looking at 45.
I'll toss him 50 gold.
This is why I give so much money, because I know they're just going to be like, another 5.
The
Have a
party's too
tip.
nice.
And then like later we'll be like, why are we so broke again?
If only I'd have saved that 5 gold.
We were nice to people.
Is there anything anybody else wanted to buy?
Not necessarily buy, but and we don't have to roleplay it. I kind of want to get a quote for Greater Restoration.
Okay. Yep. Here. I believe I charged you guys like 250, was it? That
Yeah,
first
That's
time?
what I was
Yeah.
gonna say.
Yeah.
Okay. And that was I thought that was a lesser restoration that was used.
No, that
No,
was a greater
Not that
would've
estimate.
had
Abe would
to
know,
think.
but
Yeah.
and is it just they just want money? I wouldn't need to acquire the actual diamond dust or whatever. it is
No,
myself.
They didn't have one suitable for like the resurrection, but they did have the powder for some greater restorations.
Okay. Something to consider then. That's it.
Okay.
All Drac would want to do is figure out how much it would cost to get. I think he would stick with the bracers.
Yeah. So you and I will talk over the break to determine what it is we're making and how much it'll cost you.
Yep.
Anything from anybody else?
Generally, I can't think of anything at all, so I will think about
Okay.
it later.
Nell, sorry, not Nell, Elowen. You get that feeling that there is writing in your book.
Super casual.
Can I ignore it? No, I won't ignore it. That's not a good idea. I'm gonna go back to the inn. Oh, she's gonna yell at me.
Writing in your book? Who's yelling at you and writing in your book?
No. Yeah, well, fine. We'll go back to the end.
Super casual, super casual.
It's so casual.
Oh my goodness. So you're going back to your hotel and going back to the room?
Yeah, I think I'll just be like, okay, well, guys, I don't really have anything to get. I'm just gonna go back and rest.
And she probably looks very nervous.
I mean, I'm not really doing anything, so I'll be like, do you want me to come with you?
No, it's fine. Maybe come
Okay.
check on me later, though.
Okay.
Okay.
Just
All
like
right.
a shrunken husk in a room.
I'm not convinced that's not what's gonna happen.
I think Drac would like let her walk away and then not too long after make his way back to the inn just in case.
All right.
Especially after their conversation just now of being like, hey, keep me alive. Okay.
You got that pearl on you?
Yep. Got you, buddy. I'm coming.
So you make your way back and you go to your room.
Uh-huh.
And
Take out the book.
the book basically said just write me when you're back at your hotel room.
Uh-huh. I'm available.
And the voice comes through your head. Well, hello, Eloette.
Hello?
Do you remember the other day when I had mentioned that ruby your friend had given you?
That what? Sorry.
The ruby, the gem.
Yes?
Well, I did take some time to look into that, and I did find a way to make a different use of it, if you would rather.
What's that?
It'd be something to better channel your magic. It would be a blending of this item with that club you purchased.
Okay. I'm interested.
Very well.
What would it do?
Well, it's going to merge them in a sense. But we're also going to be creating something new.
Making a ruby club?
Oh, don't think of it so primitively. This is a focus. But better than anything you will find at some knickknacks, basic arcane shop.
Okay. Will I still be able to hit things with it?
Yes, you can still hit things with it, just don't go too hard.
Not generally a problem for me.
Very well. Place the items on your bed.
I'll do that.
And there's a moment where nothing really happens. And then suddenly the ruby begins to glow dimly. And the club and the ruby both levitate off the bed. And they're just suspended in air as if it were suddenly water. And they begin spiraling around each other in the air in front of you. And just spinning and spinning until eventually it's such a fast rotation. And then suddenly there's this flash of blue. And what now sits in the air in front of you is this literally the blend of the two items. The gem sits at the end of this. It's still the same length as the club had been, but now running through the wood, instead of like a natural grain, that same red of the ruby just kind of makes its way down the length of this. And the rod floats back down to the bed.
I'll pick it back up. It's beautiful.
This is a token of my appreciation thus far. What some scholars might call this is a rod of the Pact Keeper. May we stay in business together.
Wait, Layla.
Yes.
Thank you for this. I did the research at the library that you asked me for.
Huh. What did you find?
I found some histories of how Mota came to be. I don't know how much you already know, but a common tale seems to be that Roane is really the one that created her. Through his love and his desire to tether her, keep her from sailing into the sky, he encased her in a ball of ice. And that seems to be where she is trapped.
It is a common tale, but it is also one that is shared with druidic stories as well. Not quite the same, but some older cultures believe that the moon was a ball of ice, but some don't believe other gods were involved with that in certain other stories. The commonality with them all being a ball of ice, though, it's an interesting trend between them, despite the difference in culture.
That's very interesting.
You
Is it
know,
often that gods create other gods?
I don't know. But this one was a story I hadn't heard in a very long time, and sometimes it's good to be reminded. With it brought back to my attention, I'll revisit this.
What are you doing with this information?
In due time.
All right.
Just as you seek your information to fix your issues, I seek mine.
What are your issues?
In due time.
All right. Thank you for this gift.
You are welcome. Until next time. And that presence leaves.
She didn't smite me. Whew. Live another day.
And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Nice.
Nice.
Ooh.
God, I don't want to wait till mid-January.
I know.
Oh.
I'm so angry about it.
Jenny, thank you for the D&D Christmas
Yeah.
gifts.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
cute.
I got a voucher.
You got
a gift card.
You got an IOU.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to fight something.
Yeah, dude.
Oh my
That-
god.
The storm bow. Also, Dallas,
Yeah.
the thing you got literally lets you get a spell slot back. So
Oh,
We're
heck
good.
yeah.
That works.
And it's a plus
that's
one
very
to
exciting.
saving throws and attacks.
Oh, cool.
your DCs, not just saving throws. But yeah, very, very cool.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a
Awesome.
dope item. Oh,
Mhm.
yes.
We're so good. We're gonna just attack this live dragon that your brother brings, and we're gonna be so
Yes.
fine.
That's what I feel like this was preparing us for.
I know.
Ah,
I was
yes.
getting nervous. It's like,
Another level 20 fight.
Yeah.
lot of
come on, he totally
weapons.
murked that dragon. No way.
Yeah.
He murked
we'll
it
see.
hard.
Have some inspiration, have a bunch of money, have big fancy weapons. Nothing's gonna go wrong.
It's all in the
Absolutely not.
feeling of the holidays.
We don't trust you.
At this point, you shouldn't. You have learned well. Well, thank you everybody for coming out to tonight's stream. I suppose, yeah, to remind everybody, we're going to be going on a bit of a holiday here, so not 2 weeks from now, possibly, what would 2 weeks after that be, the 16th or something of
Sorry,
January?
wait, we're waiting a month?
Yeah.
No, Teddy.
No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're doing this on the 7th.
Actually,
seventh?
not the 16th.
You mean the
Teddy, that's
9th?
so
The
far
9th?
away.
Or was the first not going to be the first one? Oh, I guess that makes the...
Well, we'll do the
Anyways.
7th and then the 9th.
We can do them all.
Yeah.
Do all of
We'll
them.
just
The
keep
11th.
going.
My January's so free. We should just do it every day.
Yeah.
You can accommodate that, right, Diddy?
Oh my gosh.
We don't have
well,
another job or any other in real life responsibilities, right?
None of us do.
we'll
What are you
talk about it. Sounds like it's probably going to be the 9th.
You can't just
do
tell
it
me I have to
live.
wait 4 weeks.
Yeah, I actually
You can't spring that on me.
I literally cannot.
I feel in Denny's mind, he thought that we all talked like, this long of a break, and
No,
now
you're
we're
going to
all
skip
just
a
like,
week. I was ready for that. I have mentally prepared myself for missing a week.
Yeah, a
I
week of
barely
the
even did
game,
that.
which is every other week.
yeah.
Oh,
No.
Oh, Denny,
That's
no,
so
no.
funny.
no.
No.
All right.
That's not
So-
how this works.
Here I am, 2022, January 9th, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and watch this end up getting changed somewhere along the way. We're going to be back with Play
Probably.
Dicey again. Just in
That's
time
right.
for Heroes Fest.
I gotta shoot
Yeah,
something
baby.
with my bow.
Yes,
Maybe we'll
please.
have like fun games like we had in Starcross. Maybe there'll be newt racing again, and my lizard won't lose.
Oh, can I play my sad little child again?
Yes, I'd be the mom.
Yeah, let's bring the sassy halfling mom
I'll bring
back.
back the lizard folk.
But why won't you guys just play as your characters and win things?
Shh, Denny, shush.
It's too mainstream for us.
Yeah.
My luck is not that good.
back too.
Similar to
He
how
was
you guys
great.
just gave like 5 gold piece tips. You're just like, no, we'll win gold on behalf of other people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're polite.
yeah.
Spread the wealth. Oh, grief.
Oh man.
I'm right.
All
Spread
right.
the wealth, eat the rich.
For supper.
That for supper. That being said, also happy holidays, Merry Christmas, everybody. Hope your festivities are safe. Yeah, keep spaced, wear your masks, get your vaccines. Oh boy, and hopefully we can get out of all this craziness soon. But until apparently January 9th, may your games be great, may your friends be greater, and may you always play Dicely. Have a good night and happy holidays, everybody.
Good night.
Holidays.